It worked. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, March 24th, 2026, and I'd like to call this special meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council to order at 4:01 p.m. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Booter?
Here.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Mayor Byrne?
Here.
All are present.
Thank you very much. This meeting will be held in person and by Zoom if you wish to make a public comment online. Or you can watch it on the city's YouTube page, which allows for pausing, and that's convenient sometimes when you're at home. You can also watch it anytime after the meeting. However, the meeting will proceed as normal, even if there are technical difficulties accessing the meeting online. The city will do its best to resolve any technical issues as quickly as possible. Nova, could you please read the public comment guidelines for special meetings?
Sure. During special city council meetings, public comments are permitted on items listed on the agenda. After each item on the agenda is introduced, the mayor will invite public comment on that item. Each speaker has 3 minutes to speak unless otherwise adjusted by the mayor. While stating your name is optional, it helps identify speakers in the meeting minutes. Remote or in-person participants who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted.
Thank you. We will be taking a short recess for dinner around 6:30 if needed. I keep saying if needed, but I haven't had that happen yet, so we're probably going to take a break at 6:30. We had an extraordinary business place taker on there just in case. There was nothing that popped up. Okay, good, so we don't have to do that. We'll move now into orders of business. These are items that will include presentations, council questions, public comment, and council discussions before any direction or action is taken. Our goal tonight is to review our audit for last year's financials and to hold the opening round in the process to create our budget and capital improvement process for the next fiscal year, and also looking out a few years. It's about aligning what we want to do with what we can afford and to have a discussion about our future financial situation. So we may cover the most critical items on our agenda tonight sooner. I would suggest and ask the council if they would be okay if we rearrange the items to move item 2, council strategic priorities, to the last item. Is this acceptable to council? Everybody okay with it? It was suggested by a council member, so we have at least 2 votes. All right, great, we're gonna do that. Nova, if you could take note of that and keep us on track, thank you. All right, let's begin with item 1, Resolution 2026-022, receiving the annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR as they call it around here, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. I'll turn it over to staff to make the presentation. Is that you, Jamie?
I'll give a quick introduction. That is an audit, basically. We take our financial statements.
Microphone.
The ACFR is our financial results for the last fiscal year audited. And so what we have here tonight is actually the auditor and the audit firm that provided that service to present those numbers to you and be able to answer your questions so you can have that independent voice to reach out to. They're a great firm. We've used them for a number of years. We had a new partner because they rotate those around. And are we ready? All right, here you go.
Thank you.
Daniel, can you show the Zoom screen on the projector and the dais, please?
Are we all set?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, council members. Appreciate you letting me attend via Zoom. So I'll try to keep it short because I know you have a lot to discuss tonight. I do want to mention that the standards that we follow during the audit, and of course a little bit on the audit process. I'm going to talk a little bit about the statement of net position because you only get to hear about that once a year from the auditor, and a little bit about fund balance and pensions. And then we'll leave it with the audit results, which are the most important part. The audit process is a 4-phase audit process, which includes audit planning preparation during our interim field work, which also includes testing of controls, documentation of controls, and overall understanding the city and how it works so that we can assess risk not only inherent risk over different accounts, but also control risk over those significant transaction classes. Phase 2 is the audit execution, which is essentially when we test your ending balances. So long-term debt, capital assets, cash and investments, receivables, revenue, accounts payable, expenditures and expenses, which, believe it or not, are two different things. We also have phase 3, which is what we're doing tonight, which is the audit reporting, and phase 4. Phase 3 and phase 4 essentially work hand in hand together. So as we move through and presenting reports to management, they provide feedback and we have follow-up. And again, at the city council meeting, you might have questions that require follow-up. We also prepare, well, actually, let me say this differently. Those phases are provided to us by, like that, generally accepted auditing standards. So the standards we follow in audit. We follow generally accepted auditing standards in the United States of America. We also follow generally accepted governmental auditing standards. The main difference between the two really has to do with compliance and reporting on compliance and the requirement to report internal controls on internal controls. And one thing to note is that we do not issue an opinion on internal controls. We did not issue an opinion on compliance specifically, but we did test compliance in general. And so that's notated in our independent auditor's report on generally accepted governmental auditing standards. Both of those standards have an explicit requirement, and the overall objective is to express an opinion on the financial statements. And the financial statements themselves include multiple opinion units. So when you're looking at the ACFR, it can be very complicated and difficult to understand because you have two different sets of financial statements included in one. There are sometimes 3 or 4 different sets included in one. But in this particular case, you're lucky enough to only have 2, right? So that's terrific. So what those 2 are is your governmental fund financial statements and your government-wide financial statements. You're lucky enough at the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea to have internal service funds as well. So those internal service funds roll up into your governmental activities and they're included in the government-wide financial statements. But we do have a separate set of statements included just for those internal service funds in the proprietary fund section of the ACFR. So if you're not confused enough yet, let me know. We can get into more detail, but I won't do that to you. What I will say is that we provide our opinion, right, on these multiple different financial statements and opinion units with a reasonable assurance, but not absolute. Again, we perform the audit, using a risk-based methodology as required by the standards. Materiality is a concept that comes into play under that methodology and following those standards. And it's both a qualitative and quantitative assessment of materiality based on our risk assessment. And of course, I mentioned previously that we document and test controls as needed to assess risk. Now, with that being said, a couple of things to say about the government-wide financial statements. And again, keep in mind that the government-wide financial statements are your fund statements converted to include capital assets, long-term debt, long-term liabilities in general, such as your net pension liabilities, total OPEB liability, claims payable, and compensated absences. So things that you would not normally see in your fund statements. So as of June 30, 2025, just a little financial information, your total net position for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea was $55.6 million versus 2024, where it was $49.6 million. So a $6 million increase from 24 to fiscal year 25. Most of that was included in net investment in capital assets. So it's long-term, right? Long-term infrastructure. Which was $36.65 million as of June 30, 2025. Some of that was restricted net position. And keep in mind, net position is equity, right? If you're thinking from a commercial standpoint, if you're more involved in public companies or you have been, net position is really equity. So your restricted net position was $2.4 million as of June 30, 2025 versus $4.6 million June 30, 24. And the unrestricted net position, and as an auditor, this is where one of the components we look at when determining financial health and whether or not you have a risk to your going concern. And so your unrestricted net position as of June 30, 2025 was a nice, healthy, positive $16.56 million. That's where most of the increase was. You had a $6.5 million increase from 24 to 25 in your unrestricted net position. But good, healthy net position. A lot of local governments and a lot of cities in the state of California have a deficit unrestricted net position because of pensions, right? CalPERS. The other information I wanted to share with you would be the funds, your fund balance. So in your general fund, actually had a nice, healthy fund balance of $37.5 million as of June 30, 2025. That was up from $20.3 million as of June 30, 2024. And most of that increase is from transfers in. So there was large transfers from the Measure C sales tax fund. The revenues did increase by $2.7 million in the general fund. Expenditures went up by $1.97 million, but most of that fund balance increase came from those transfers in from the Measure C sales tax and some of that from capital projects funds. And with that too, I will say that you met your reserve fund balance, which was required to be at $4,675 million at June 30, 2025. So the assigned operational reserve fund balance was $15.997 million at June 30, 2025. So looking back on this history lesson, fund balance looked really good. Very happy to report that. And then one last comment will be related to the pension liabilities. And the pension liabilities for the last 3 years have been fairly consistent for most local governments, especially in the CalPERS plan. And for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea, it's pretty much been the same. And let me pull that up. I lost my page on that. 1 second. So what we're looking at as of June 30, 2025, the net pension liability for the city was $29.6 million. A slight increase from 2024, where it was $29.2 million. And the great thing about the ACFR is it provides you with a lot of detailed information on the net pension liabilities going back to 2016. So you have a 10-year history on these liabilities. The one outlier, if you want to go back and look at that schedule in the ACFR, it's the schedule of proportionate share of net pension liability. The one outlier is that in fiscal year 2022, the net pension liability for the city was $15.96 million, so about $16 million. So you can see it's gone up quite a bit since then, but don't be deterred by that because that was the outlying year. The year before that, it was $24.4 million. So there was something going on in the assumptions where the investment returns far exceeded the estimated actuarial investment returns that caused that 22 fiscal year pension liability to drop. So with that being said, I'll give you the audit results. And I will say they're good because we issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, which means that we did not find any material misstatements, or we believe that the presented financial statements are free of material misstatement. We did not have any material weaknesses to report. And as such, we did not have any disagreements with management. And there were not any significant passed on adjustments. And the adjustments themselves that we did propose were not significant nor material and typically expected during an audit. Finally, I'll say there were not any significant control deficiencies that were required to be reported. So I kept it as short as I could for an ACFR presentation. With that, I will leave it open to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Sheldon. Any questions from the council? I'm seeing none, so we'll take it to the public. Are there any public comments, questions? Hello, Tim.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Tim Toomey here, resident. This is great. This is, I should have been reading this all, the last couple of years, but all the comparisons are just really phenomenal and fantastic job to finance and the team. There are a couple of things that I noticed on here that I had some questions, but I can't seem to call it up on the document right now. But one was a comparison of, it was in the demographics and economic section, and it talked about the change in unemployment rate in Carmel, and it went from, it had always been like about 1.5, less than 2, and now it was up by 3%. So I'm wondering what that might, just kind of a curiosity thing, what that might be attributed to. But that was an amazing slide. And so I just really appreciate it. I just want to say thanks to everybody. There's a lot of good information in there, and it's very, public facing and easy to understand. So thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else here? Seeing none, it looks like there's somebody online.
Yeah. John on Zoom, go ahead.
John, we're ready for you if you could unmute yourself. We can't hear you, John, if you're trying. All right, we'll keep our eyes on him and come back to him if we need to.
There's no other hands raised.
Okay, let's bring it back for discussion. I think you had something to say, Bob.
Surprisingly, I don't have a lot to say. A year ago, I think we spent almost an hour and a half on this topic. I think that was driven heavily by the three of us on this side, having never been through an ACFR audit report before and trying to understand it, trying to understand what a change in net position really is and what it tells us. And I think we had some good explanations at the time. So I've come to understand this document far better than I did a year ago. Tim, I agree with you. I think it's a really good document. As I said last year, I don't necessarily view it as a management document as much as a historical artifact, but a very good one. And if the source of information, of historical information, not just from one ACFR, but going back as long as you have them, can be really helpful. Because it just captures history very well, and it has a lot of data. It talks about what our debt is. It talks about what it's been. That's one of the items I will pull out of this in a little bit, but I think it's more relevant for our budgeting conversation than anything right now. So I have no questions for you, sir, or for staff on the ACFR, and I thought it was a great report, and I'm ready. I would be supportive of accepting it. Thank you.
All right.
I'll just briefly add and support the comments that have been made so far. And I certainly agree with Tim that actually some of the information, like if you really spend the time to go through it, there's a lot of little nuggets in the end that are very interesting. There's also information on the largest employers in the city, the number of employees they have, things that you may not have necessarily known that if you do go through there, it's just little things you can pick up. And it is a good historical document as well. And I do support it.
Thank you. Jeff? Hans?
Yeah, I just echo those comments. No news is good news on this type of item. And yes, the end in particular, the statistical section is a great place to mine. I will highlight one of my favorite statistics. That might not be the right way to put it, but our median age went from 53 in 2016 to 69 in 2025. So found that very depressing.
Especially for those that are a little older than you.
I was going to say, Hans, I get younger every year, my friend. So.
All right. Did John ever unmute himself?
He raised his hand again. Let me try again. John on Zoom, go ahead.
Looks like he unmuted himself, but then he didn't talk. There you go, John. You're good. Talk. All right. We're patient, but I think we need to move on.
Okay.
Oh. Was that you, John?
Connection issue.
All right. I can hear you. It sounds like you're on a bad cell call. Yeah, John, you're breaking up terribly, so we can't really understand you. I'm afraid we're going to have to move on. If you get to a better place, raise your hand again and we'll give you a chance. All right. I just like to say, I echo all the things. That was great comments. Jamie, We really appreciate you and your team's incredible efforts as usual. We've come to expect a pretty high level of excellence out of you. And congratulations on receiving a clean bill of health for us and the whole city. Good job. All right, I'm looking for a resolution, a motion to approve resolution number 2026-022, receiving the annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. I think I had one from Bob earlier.
I will make that motion.
Okay,
Second.
all right, second from Hans. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Buder?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Jerema?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, so we're going to move to item number 3, skipping 2, which we moved to the bottom. It's a 5-year financial forecast. And we're going to be giving direction to staff after this. There's no resolution. I think, Jamie, are you going to do this? You want to kick it off?
I'm going to do a little kickoff, Mayor, if that's all right with
I
you.
think that's a good thing.
All right, so as in previous years, these are going to be combined presentations. So you have a presentation on your 5-year forecast, and then we're going to transition right into our CIP presentation. So just bear with us. It will be a long presentation, but I promise it's riveting, and you're going to enjoy it. And it's probably one of the most important presentations that we will all see throughout the entire year. So I want to start by thanking all of our staff. You already did. You talked about what an incredible staff we have here. I also want to thank our financial stewardship work group made up of Mayor Pro Tem Delves and Councilmember Buder. They've been excellent to work with throughout this entire year. So we're embarking on a series of budgetary discussions between now and April 6th to help us build that first draft of the budget, which we come back to you with in May. Today, sort of wrap your head around the notion of expenses. And on April 6th, we're going to be talking more focused on revenues. I'm happy to say and excited to say that there's some new approaches you probably noticed this year to make our forecast and our budget more meaningful and transparent. We've got details on how the forecasting was done. We've shown our work more. There's new detail within the CIP, including adding a tail so you can see when a project has first-year costs of design, what you're sort of committing yourself to in future years. We've identified and incorporated, for really the first time ever, a deferred maintenance list. And I'll pause there for a note of apology. So in the staff report, we have a roll-up of the deferred maintenance list. We did put out on everyone's table today, and it's out available for the public as well. This was meant to be included as an attachment, but this is a breakdown that basically expands that deferred maintenance list. You can see what all went into it. The number's the same, the bottom number's the same, but that was an omission on our part. So, but like I said, for the first time ever, we're including that deferred maintenance list that we've all been talking about as a highlighted item. It's called out specifically within the CIP. So some things that we think are really important and going to make the conversation much more meaningful as we go forward together. So for tonight, what's the framework? We are hopefully going to be introducing to you the concept of levers. Levers have been around for millions of years. It's how people started moving things. And what's important to us is recognizing that the council has a series of levers that they can push and pull on that allow you to control and affect our budget destiny. There's 3 main levers in any budget. Really, it's operating expenditures, capital expenditures, and revenues. Those are oversimplified within each of those levers. There's multiple different nuances to how to do that, but for simplified terms, we function with 3 different levers here. So tonight we're focused on expenses. Like I said, we'll come back April 6th with revenues. We're here to discuss how we plan for the future. Step 1 is going to be Jamie's presentation. That's going to be the 5-year forecast. And that's going to go into helping you decide how and if you want to push and pull on levers. The 5-year forecast is our best forecasting tool at the moment in time. It's built largely on assumptions. We have facts that go into it too. Our current model shows that we run out of fund balance in FY 29 and 30, so we'll go into that. Why is that? Because expenses outpace revenue. We've talked about that a lot. If we continue down the road of a roughly $10 million CIP with the service levels and staffing where they're at and no new revenue, that's where we end up at based on our forecast right now. So Jamie's going to go into that level of detail for you on the forecast. And after she's done wowing you with that, then Ken and Shari are going to come up and discuss that CIP lever. This is one of those expense levers. Again, this can something that can be pulled on and pushed on in order to control your overall budget. You're going to receive the 5-year CIP, but there's going to be more focused detail on next year's CIP because that's the one we'll actually bring back to you for approval. That's the one that gets enacted. So we're going to focus on next year. There's more detail like I talked about. You'll see for the first time ever in there that deferred maintenance is identified. We've got Ds next to deferred maintenance items that pull from this larger list that we're talking about. Interestingly, deferred maintenance is about 80% of next year's CIP. I mentioned that we've passed out the detail. We've got roughly a 10-plus year catch-up plan right now on a $100 million-ish CIP. So these two discussions, Jamie's presentation and then Ken and Shari's presentation, are part of the process that's working towards us getting you your draft budget in May. So what are you being asked to do tonight? You're asked to receive the financial forecast, and which includes that deferred maintenance list. We want you to ask questions so you have a picture and an understanding. You feel comfortable with what our future forecast looks like for where our financial health is going. We want you to provide feedback on the CIP list. Do we have the right projects? Are we spending the right amount? And we want any policy direction that could be used as we start crafting that draft budget, thinking about those levers. What levers should we pull on? An example could be you currently have a policy that is effectively a lever saying 90% of your revenues go towards operating expenses, 10% go towards CIP. That's an automatic. You guys set that lever in place. One of the things you could do is you could say, hey, we know that we've got a deferred maintenance issue. Maybe we want to take a look at another option on top of that 90-10. What does an 85-15 budget look like? 85% for operating expenses, 15% for CIP. Those are the kinds of directions we'd appreciate tonight if you want us to bring you back something, all working towards that goal of the May 1st draft of the budget so we can show you. If we're going to go down the road of affecting operating expenses or changing service levels, the other direction we would need with that, are there areas of service within the city? I'm not going to say any because I'll scare anybody, but you all know what the services we provide around the city are. Are there any areas you would want us to focus on that maybe there could be a way to find some savings? So then when we come back next month in April for the April 6th regular meeting, we're going to be having a similar conversation, but it's going to be focused on revenues. We're going to be talking about those revenue levers. We're going to have a professional that's going to be coming and talking to you all about revenue options available to the city. You've already pulled on one of those levers a little bit, talking about the TOT revenue. So that is a lever. We have other ones available to us. So we'll come back in May with your draft budget once we get all that input from you and be able to tell you what your draft budget looks like based on all these great policy inputs that you've given us between today and our April 6th meeting. So I've babbled on long enough. I just wanted to kind of set the intention of where we're going today. We're going to have two presentations, and we want to get from you some good policy direction and feedback on where we're headed with our draft budget this year. Jamie, please save me.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. First of all, I want to give a shout out to our accounting team and Jane Hogan in particular. She curates those stats at the back. Table 16 is the one that you all were looking for. She also gathers together all the many threads that it takes to make the budget and the forecast. Hold on. I kind of have it memorized, but just in case. So the forecast we're looking at today, do I have the slide? There it is. Thank you. Got it. The forecast we're looking at today is a tool to help us identify the trends and gaps in our fiscal plans, including their impact on fund balance. It provides a basis for discussion of the government's financial health over the next 5 years. It highlights challenges and informs our decision-making. The forecast considers what we know about current and projected economic conditions and, for now, assumes no changes about interest rates or inflation because we just don't have a clear picture. That being said, there are a number of factors that point towards continuing slow revenue growth. Cities around the state are seeing decreased tax revenues, property tax revenues. Throughout the county, we're seeing home pricing softening and construction slowing. Historic volatile tourism-based revenues have seen recent price inflation, but those inflated prices might not be sustainable, particularly in the area of transient occupancy tax. As the number of local available rooms fluctuates, our strongly appreciated prices may not hold up, and new rooms are coming online outside of our city. At the same time, we are seeing inflationary pressures continuing to raise operating costs. Health insurance, material costs, and services are all increasing by CPI or more. The pension retirement system has scheduled strong increases to recover past poor performance in investments, and it can come back and increase those even more if the stock market doesn't go the right way. Partially offsetting these increases, the model for tonight assumes no cost of living increases. So this is kind of a flat to get that noise out of the way, other than the ones that have been contracted for the police. And it's important to note that in past years, we used to put an undiscussed assumption in that forecast, but we left it out so we could really know where we're standing. Finally, the cost of deferred maintenance has grown as projects have been pushed off, and based on public input, a plan to address deferred maintenance has been created, but it's expensive. So what are all the numbers? Let's kind of talk through. The information in the package presents both past numbers and projected future numbers, and let's break them down on the following slides, but first, understand the tool a little bit. The first set of lines is revenue. The forecast lists major types of revenue that the city collects, the big three being property taxes, sales taxes, and transient occupancy taxes, and these are totaled on the revenue line. The next set of lines is operating expenditures. The major type of expenditures are salaries and benefits, the very largest thing we spend our money on, as the city is staffed to provide a wide variety of services. It includes things like park and bathroom maintenance, filling potholes, reviewing plans, issuing permits, trimming trees, in addition to keeping the lights on in the city council. Salaries and benefits is followed closely by services and supplies, which largely include contractors, outside contractors. So again, we're doing a lot with our in-house. We're doing a lot of other services using contractors, and they're expensive. That's what really most of our operating cost is, and it has a total on the general fund operating cost line. So then the difference between revenues that the city collects and its cost of operations is described as revenues net of operating costs. What's important about this is our fiscal policies say that revenues should always be more than operating costs, and in our forecast they are. The third section, capital expenditures. This is where all the monies are spent on the capital improvement plan. And spent is the operative word here. They show up in our numbers when they're spent, when the checks are written. It may be a project that's in process, but not yet finished. That's when it shows up. After those three numbers, we have a surplus or a deficit. So we had the revenues minus operating costs, minus capital expenditures, surplus or deficit. The next thing that's important on this slide, though, is the available resources. At the end, we are measuring available resources. That's the portion of fund balance that's available to us to use for operating expenses and capital expenditures. And what we see here, and we'll get into in more detail, is that number is black for a while, but it turns red. But first, let's keep going on this tool. Tonight, we talk about two different sets of numbers or sets of columns. The first is our historic numbers. These are the amounts of actual revenues collected and expenditures made each year. The second is the forecast. It contains estimates of how we think the current year will end, and then makes a forecast based on that ending point for the next 5 years to see what might unfold. And the importance of both of these now, looking them side by side, is to look at trends. So, historic trend. The majority of the city's revenue sources are volatile, as we've seen during past years of economic uncertainty, and slowdowns are predicted. The revenue shown as the red line above. Note the red line tapers off due to the assumption that significant one-time grants that were recorded in other revenue sources won't be repeated. So there's a little bit of a slowing on that revenue number. At the same time, trends in expenses are consistently increasing, as shown by the blue line. Together, the gap between the revenues and expenses is narrowing a bit. We also see that capital outlay is significant and increasing in recent years, causing total expenditures to exceed revenues, and that's that orange line. So again, operating expenses are less than revenue, but when we put the capital projects in, we're spending more than we made. 5-year forecast. The 5-year forecast helps us to visualize a number of potential impacts to operations. Revenue trends, the red line, and consider things like Flattening property taxes as sales of local homes slow down, causing greater reliance on transfer taxes to bolster revenues. Slowing sales and TOT taxes as the tourism industry is impacted by uncertainties. Decreases in other revenue as one-time grants and funding sources are not repeated. Note, there are no new revenue sources considered in these forecasts. These are how things are now, looking at what the experts we work with are saying about them. Expense trends, the blue line, increasing salary and benefit costs due to a minimum of current contract commitments and escalating health insurance. Significant increases to pension obligation expenditures as the defined benefit plans recover from markdowns, and service and supplies will increase by a minimum of CPI. Added to this, capital expenditures that exceed amounts available from the current revenues after expenses leaves us with a forecast of revenues net of operating costs that's showing a crossing trend. That's that orange line. As total expenditure growth outpaces revenue forecasts, leaving the city with potential deficits. So let's take a look at the measures of these. The council placed two key measures to guide the allocation of resources. The first measure says no more than 90% of the revenues in a year can be spent on operating costs, including pension and debt service. The second measure says at least 10% of revenue should be spent on capital expenditures. According to these, in the forecast, we see that most of the years, the minimum levels of expenditures forecast in this model, operating expenditures forecast in this model, do not exceed the 90%. We also see that the forecast exceeds the target of at least 10% of revenue spent on capital expenditures. So great, they're both great. We're meeting both of the requirements. The challenge is that there was a lot of red on those slides. The color red means that expenses are more than revenues. Revenues net of operating costs are black and generally within policy limits, but capital expenditures are more than revenue available to pay for them. And so I want to spend a little bit of time digging into exactly how available resources is calculated. Per the ACFR, we ended the 24-25 fiscal year with $44 million in our fund balance, our governmental fund balance. But not all of that fund is available for us to use. 14,000 of that is held in prepaid assets and other things we can't spend. 6 million of that is restricted on how we can spend it, preserving it for debt service, pension, the library. 15.9 million of that is assigned by the city council as a reserve for uncertainties, given the city's volatile revenues. That leaves 4.7 million already reserved for approved but not finished capital projects, and 17 million that's been accumulated as a net revenue, but has not been restricted or assigned yet. That 4 million plus that 17 million ends up 21.7 million that's available for capital projects or other needs. That sounds great, but we do want to touch on deferred maintenance, which is something that's been studied quite a bit lately. The numbers above are gathered from studies or appraisals done for various reasons across the last few years. The cost estimates assume the work is done at current or recent costs, not future appreciated costs. The main reason these studies were done was to identify problems and priorities. It wasn't to calculate a perfect estimate, but it does serve to give us an idea of the magnitude of the work that there is to be done. The current CIP plan, which we'll look at on the agenda, does consider the actual current costs for addressing critical deferred maintenance needs. And those numbers are what's used in the 5-year forecast. And I believe you have a detail of what's in this number handed out. And if somebody's online, they can ask us and we'll email it for them. So what does that mean? Available fund balance. Using the forecast revenues, operating costs, and CIP expenditures, the available fund balance per the last audit, we then update for the end of this fiscal year, and we say that's our starting spot. So our starting spot is 18.6 million. If we employ, these are the same numbers you saw on the previous slide, but if we employ the capital projects plan the way it's currently outlined, we will run out of our fund balance in 3 forecast fiscal years. And that's why we do a forecast, to understand trends. So The forecast we've been discussing tonight is not the budget, and the future years are not perfect, but it does give us some insights. First, we consider the gap. In this rough forecast, we see that there's a potential gap between revenue sources and expenditure needs over the next 5 years. Then we consider mitigating strategies. What could we have as far as potential budget options? Expenditure reduction, including potential cost cutting by service reductions, personnel reductions, efficiency improvements. Another lever that we have to pull is capital project reductions, including prioritizing deferred maintenance and other capital needs. Another lever is revenue enhancement. And the point is long-term financial planning. That's what we're trying to do tonight. As we work on these numbers, we do need to consider that there's also some risk. We need to understand that this forecast is just a forecast based on what we know. We're also potentially impacted by economic downturns, natural disasters, or changes in the state of federal funding. So those are the unknowns that we have not quantified. Lastly, we're looking for policy recommendations and community input. We need to consider the recommendations to address challenges and identify those and make our long-term health sustainable. So, budget options. Basically, what I kind of ran over fast was there's 3 budget options or levers that we have talked about here. We can pull any one of those to change the course of this forecast. CIP strategies look at our assumptions and plans for capital projects. Services and service levels will discuss potential cost-cutting measures, including service reductions and eliminations. Revenues, exploring strategies to increase revenues, such as tax rate adjustments or new revenue sources. We need to pull together the 26-27 budget right now, and we'll be looking for your direction as we pull that together. So let's dig a little bit onto these 3 levers. CIP budget option lever. First of all, this is the biggest. What projects could we prioritize or even consider at all? How should we consider our total needs against the limited resources we currently have? Will we keep these CIP questions in mind as we go to the next agenda item? We won't. Number 2, the second lever we can pull is changes to operating expenses. Operating expenditures of the city are centered around the delivery of services, whether it's pulling weeds in the park, trimming trees, patching roads and sidewalks, reviewing plans, issuing permits, putting out fires, or catching bad guys. Trimming operating expenditures means that we need to look at the services being provided and at the levels of service. As a city has grown, so too has its staff, and that is because it's taken on an ever-growing list of functions and services. The city certainly did not do mail delivery and ambulance services when it started in 1916. The council needs to give direction about what services are important and what services are less important. The third lever is revenues. The city has strong revenue sources, but its costs have risen faster than those revenues have. The council must give direction about ways to increase revenues. But note that no revenue increase can be instantaneous. At the same time, the city cannot put off developing new sources because they're not instantaneous. And again, right now, the model doesn't make any assumptions about changes or new revenue sources. A discussion of new revenue sources is on the council's next meeting agenda. Conclusion. Summary of key findings for us to consider is that the forecast shows us volatile revenue sources and steadily rising operating costs are a challenge. The deferred maintenance and resulting high CIP costs are a challenge. The forecast also highlights that we need to make decisions about the 3 levers we can pull to address these challenges. Capital projects not completed in prior years have left available resources that could be used for new projects. Future capital projects could be prioritized. The city is reviewing operations as a part of the budget process. The city's analyzing revenue and will help us to understand better what the next step might be as we discuss it at the next meeting. Our next steps. We're going to have more public hearings, the budget adoption, and ongoing monitoring. Basically, tonight we're looking at the forecast and the CIP, and we're discussing the projects on the list. Then staff will go back and review the council's revenue and expense ideas and projections and project ideas. in more detail as we start to put together the 26-27 budget. The draft of the CIP projects and revenue ideas is coming back in April. Then the draft of the citywide budget is coming back in May. And I'd just like to emphasize or reiterate the importance of accounting and transparency in the government's financial management. So these meetings and everybody that's out there and everybody that's going to hear about it later are key to us making good decisions. That's it for the forecast. Do we want to stop for questions, or I think maybe go on to
I think
CIP?
with council's approval, I think we should just go straight into the CIP because they are not unrelated from each other.
I have some questions that I'd really like to ask about this before we move on to the CIP, if that's all right.
I'm okay with that, Jeff.
Yeah, I have a number of questions. I'll just go from the beginning. On page 5, any one of these pages will do. Yeah, that one's fine. So I struggled with the derivation of the numbers at the bottom of the page. And so I got out my trusty calculator, and I think I was able to generate, so I'm gonna look at I'll just look at the second column, the fiscal year 26-27 projection, just because that's the one I worked on. So I think I was able to generate the 88.5% that's at the bottom. But I was not able to figure out where the 6.1 and the 25.9% came from. So I was wondering if you could walk me through the calculation so I can understand, because I think this is relevant for the next discussion we're gonna have, what those numbers mean, especially the 25.9%. But I'd like to make sure that I have a correct understanding of the 88.5%, and that I would like to be able to generate these numbers from the numbers in the column that are above it.
Yep. So, and we could always come back with that, but basically, it's simple math. If we've got all our decimals in the right spots, the total revenue line here is the key. So basically, we look at that total revenue line, and the first thing we do.
The red total, I'm
the
sorry,
one
I'm
with
gonna
the
make this a
little
little
arrow on
interactive.
it.
The
So
one with
we're-
the
Yep.
total revenue line is the one with the red arrow.
Correct, and so I
Okay.
think we were talking about fiscal year 26-27, which is the first green column. In that, the line that we're talking about is 38.6 million. The first policy says you cannot spend more than 90% of that on operating costs. So we
Sure.
literally take 38.6 times 90, and we say that's the total. And we compare that to 34,191,000.
Okay.
And say, okay, that was underneath, we're good. Then we say again, okay, the second policy is you've got to spend at least 10% of your revenue on CIP. So we take 38,620,137 times 10%, we get 3.8 million.
Well,
And-
where's the six, okay, so I can do that math.
So you take your 3.8 million and you compare that to the fact that we've budgeted 9.9 million. So the difference between the 3.8 that we had to do as a minimum and the 9.9 that we're actually doing is $6 million of extra or above policy work for CIP. And this is I'm glad you highlighted this. If you look at the revenues, yeah, pretty much 10% of revenues is $3.8 to $4 million each year of this forecast. If we go down and look at the capital expenditure line, we're looking at 9.9, 9.5, 9.2, 10.7, 10.3. So every year, we had a goal of doing 4 million, but we're doing considerably more than 4 million. Is that?
Okay, so 6.12, so the derivation of the 6.124 million, the $6.124 million number is $9.986 million minus 10% of $38 million.
Yeah, so 6.1 is the extra amount of capital projects we're doing in that year above the policy requirement. We could use a couple lines next time we show this to show both.
Yeah, I think, okay, so I can offer a piece of advice for my own sake. I think it would have been more helpful for me since that 3.86 million, since that 10% number doesn't appear on this chart anymore, doesn't appear on this chart anywhere, would have been if we could have just said that the total capital budget of $9.986 million is it's not, whatever the percentage of the revenues is. Just keep it simple, our target is 10%. Obviously, $10 million over $38 million is like, is 25.9?
It should be, I don't have my calculator out, but it should be that 9.9 is 25% of 38,620,000.
Okay,
was the goal,
so that's probably where, okay, so the 25, I'm looking at Bob because I saw Bob nodding his head when I was making my comments. So 25.9%, I think, is the number I'm looking for, right? So $9.986 million is 25.9% of $38,620,000. Yeah, so I got out my calculator and I just was not able to figure that out. So there's a disconnect between 6.1, so my issue was I was not able to connect $6.124 million to 25.9%.
Yeah,
So I think I would say that's an issue. It's not clear. So on page 17, which is the deferred maintenance, on slide 17, which is the deferred, thank you for that explanation. So I have a couple questions on this. First, I'm not sure I understand what undergrounding is or why undergrounding is on this list, or why it has a place here. And so I see that it says unknown, but we haven't had any conversations with the council about making this a priority in any, it's nowhere. And it seems like putting it on this list has sort of established that this is a priority. Am I missing something in terms of its inclusion on this list? Why am I looking at this?
You're right, sir. It was included just as a placeholder, but I think you're correct in that it possibly implies that it was approved by council. It was not. So
There's no, we have the rule 20 undergrounding.
That's a
which
separate
also I
project.
worked
It's
on.
not a.
That's not on
That's
here.
right. That's why there's no dollars assigned to it, but in hindsight, we shouldn't have put that on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next question is about the $38 million for the police station. I don't understand where this number came from. So maybe you could, Sandra and I are sort of looking at proposals, but I don't know,
No. So basically, we were asked to come up with the kind of a theoretical basis so we can understand the total picture. So I talked to construction firms that specialize in these types of emergency buildings, that with, the first responder part, fire engines, that kind of stuff, and police. And they told us a per square foot cost, and I said, well, for this many feet, would it be this much? And they said, yes. So this is just a side of barn so we can understand what experts are preliminary telling us, because you're absolutely right. We have no plans. We have nothing on which to actually price out real materials and real services. So
Okay.
this is just.
So if we go back, so now Nova, you can bear with me for a second. Can you go back to one of these charts? Keeping in mind, sorry,
Actually,
go
let's go this
back
one.
one more.
From a full one?
Yeah,
Okay.
that one's fine. So on this chart, there's a line for capital expenditures, which we see approaches like $9 or $10 million at the end. And there's also a line for debt service, which is above in the general fund operating total, which is $517,000. I think that's to pay off the Sunset Center loans. So, I'm a little stuck on what, and Brendan and I had a little bit of a conversation about this the other day. I'm a little stuck on why, if we took and maybe I'm asking the right person, maybe I'm asking the CFO here, if we finance some part of the $38 million, which line is it gonna go in? Is it gonna go in the debt service line into the future, or is it gonna go into the capital expenditures line?
I think we're gonna have to address that as a policy, because the debt service that was in there before is debt service that wasn't related to capital projects. So it was just kind of lumped in as an operating choice.
Let me interrupt you, because it is related to a capital project, because the debt service was related to the capital project that was the Sunset Center. That was a Sunset Center renovation. So the analogy is completely correct. And so, I'm sort of talking to us. Like, it's not clear to me, like, I'm not clear that the $38 million, like, I'll phrase this as a question. Does the $38 million belong in deferred maintenance, or does it belong in debt service? Like, it's not clear to me that question that we're thinking about, we've put it down some parameters for how we're thinking about it, but I don't think that we have established that those parameters, that police station belongs in, if we're gonna finance it with debt, then it belongs in, I would assume it belongs in debt service, not somewhere else. Is that
Yeah,
not?
no, you're exactly right, and it's an interesting conundrum. So right now, the cost that's in there is the ongoing cost if we were financing it. So it's loading up our capital projects with an additional cost every year as it sits there. If we said this is where policy is supposed to work, and we did go and issue the bonds, in theory, it's debt service. At the same time, it is a capital project that is consuming our resources.
Do you think then, so we have this 10% capital project number that we sort of bandy about, above or below, however we don't think about that, or the 90% limit. Do you think that if we finance, so let's say we finance using your number, a $38 million project over 30 years, and we come out to $1.5 million a year, for 30 years, $1.5 million, okay, so $1.7 million, or whatever the number is. Do you think that $1.7 million would count as some fraction of the 10%? So if our capital expenditures, our budget is, let's say, $40 million a year, and $4 million of that is dedicated to CIP, would we count the $1.7 million as a CIP number, or will we count it like, does it go to the CIP number? Does it make a dent in what we have to spend, or what we can spend, or what we shouldn't spend, or?
I'm gonna save Jamie for answering that question, because you're right, what you initially said was correct, that this is largely a policy conversation. I mean, the policy to split 90-10 was a council policy that was adopted in our budget. So I think that would be a very important conversation to have once we start having a better understanding of how we might fund a project like the police building.
Yeah.
Okay.
But do understand, it's very expensive, and it will consume our resources. My calculations is 2.9. It's gonna consume resources that will then not be available for other things.
Okay, I think 2.9 to me is not right, but that's a question for another day. And finally, I think Brandon and you both stated that there were no changes to revenue sources, right? So this budget, and I would like to understand where the ambulance revenue changes come in. Like, we've had a couple of conversations about the contract with AMR, about recouping some of the money that we get. So is that a change to a revenue source?
So I believe, Jamie can speak more to that, but I think that maybe was an overstatement of the truth. The only new revenue source was, we did bake in, Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, but we did bake in an assumption for the new revenue with respect to when our ambulance rolls out of the city. I think we anticipated 350 trips throughout the year at $2,000, so $700,000 is baked in there. So I think what Jamie was speaking to, though, was revenue initiatives like TOT. That's not included in here yet because it doesn't.
But the ambulance is.
But the ambulance is, yes, we did.
And when we get the budget, when we get the draft budget next month, we'll be able to sort of have a clear understanding of what we pay Monterey Fire for our ambulance service and what we get back. That money comes to us, not Monterey, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Jamie.
Go ahead, Alessandra.
Thank you, Mayor. Jamie, thank you for your presentation and all the time you've spent on this. I've got 3 questions. A couple of them actually touch on things that Jeff has started to bring up. So on any one of these charts, my first question is, so the debt service, it's around $500,000. That's left over from the Sunset Center bond, if I understand correctly. And how many more payments do we have left, or how many more years do we have of that?
I believe it goes to 31. If it doesn't, it goes, oh, well, there it is right there. So there's debt service to 31. It may go to 32, but we're just about done.
Okay.
The ACFR has it, but I don't have the ACFR in front of me right now.
Okay, got it, thank you. Question number 2, on page 17, the deferred maintenance chart.
Yeah.
So here's where my questions are and where I'm not comfortable with one of the figures. So we're looking at 102 million, and the concerns I have is with the parks and facilities. I remember when Bob Hurry left, one of the last meetings he had is he told us that we had probably 80 to 100 million, and I know it's a rough number, of deferred maintenance on all of our city-owned buildings. So when we break it down into this handout that we got today, the one that wasn't included, but the detail, I'm really disputing the figures because they seem too low. Like Flanders Mansion is only at $120,000 and Scout House is only at $20,000. I think those numbers are way off as far as how much maintenance just those two buildings alone need. I'm just pointing out two items. So I'm thinking that parks and facilities number needs to be much, much higher. And that's just going through two items. I mean, if we went through each individual item on how much work it actually needs in deferred maintenance, I think it's gonna be much higher. And then, as Jeff mentioned with the police department building, I'm very concerned, and I think sooner rather than later, we need to have a discussion as a community, and I will even suggest this at the end of one of our next council meetings, that we need to put on the agenda, talking to somebody that does municipal bonds, and if they can advise us and give us an idea of what that would cost if we were to finance it the same way we did with Sunset Center. Because I really don't even feel comfortable, just in good conscience, moving forward, and here Jeff and I are working on choosing an architect and hiring somebody to start doing plans when we do not know as a community how we're gonna pay for it, and we have so much other deferred maintenance, including streets and all these other items. So that's just item number 2 that I'm concerned with. And then my third question, and I asked this to Brandon yesterday, is basically, and this is not, assigning blame to anyone, and there's sort of a long answer to this, but how did we get to this point with all of this backlog on CIP and with how much we need to catch up and just this situation as a whole? And it's been years in the making, so and I know it's multifaceted, so either one of you is certainly welcome. Brandon?
Yeah, I'll take that one,
Thanks.
Jamie, because I don't think you've been here for that long. Part of it, I appreciate the question from the council member, and I know that when we spoke about it, part of it's kind of a rhetorical question too, just how did we get here? And there maybe isn't an exact answer, but you've got a couple years where we saw a downturn because of COVID. I think that in previous years there was emphasis put on different expenditures, on staffing levels, and really I just don't think that there's been the same level of attention paid to deferred maintenance as this council has put into it. And so it's really shined a spotlight on what the issue is. For what it's worth, I do believe that Bob Harari, when he would throw around that $80 to $100 million number, a couple of comments on that. One, I'm not sure it was the most informed number. I think it was a bit of a swag. But I do think that his number, $80 to $100 million, included things like streets and storm drains. It wasn't just the city's buildings. So I do think that that's right. But I'll go back and double check. I'm pretty certain that's true though. Yeah.
Anything else? All right, Bob.
So I'll have to figure out how to phrase these in the form of a question. Can you go back to the page 5? Yeah, any of them, that's good. I think, Jeff, your comment about debt service, I think it's spot on. It's like, where does that go? And we're not there yet, but as we're 1 year into this policy of 90-10, I think it's accomplished a lot, but there's holes in it. And my personal thought is, there's two interesting numbers on here. One is the CalPERS unfunded liability program, right, at $3 million a year. Essentially 8% of our operating expenditures just go to writing one check to the pension fund. And that is debt. It is $29.5 million of debt as of today. And if CalPERS performs 1% poorer, if currently they're getting 6.9%, if they go to 5.9%, 29.5 million goes to 42.5 million, right? So let's just never lose sight of that. I'm glad we're focused on deferred maintenance. I'm glad we're having an honest conversation about some of the big challenge we have in front of us, but that $100 million does not include an enormous number, which is really just paying the pensions of all our employees that were hired before 2012 for the rest of their lives. And so that's a significant thing. I think that one does belong in operating expenditures because that has nothing to do with capital. That's just the cost of employing our employees. Whereas debt service for a building, I think there's an argument that that may end up being in the 10%. My next breath, I would say, but only if you raise the 10% to something that accommodates it, because, right, it can't be a zero-sum, or maybe it is a zero-sum game. Because it is funding capital and it is addressing deferred maintenance. But that's, I think, a conversation for another day. I didn't phrase that in the form of a question. Is that true, Jamie?
That would be, yes, that would be true.
That's all.
Thank you. Hans?
I have some comments on the 5-year forecast, but I don't have any questions.
All right. I'll let you ask questions even in the discussion. I'm in the same boat as Hans. I've got some things that could be questions, they could be not, but I have one big question. Did you, in any way, shape, or form, take this spreadsheet and do any kind of what-ifing, given the fact that you're telling us these are pretty conservative and maybe even optimistic numbers? I'll discuss it, and I have some way to discuss this when we get to that point. I'm just wondering what you did before you got here tonight.
You know, we haven't really done any what-ifing on the revenue front because it's so uncertain.
But on the expenses as
So
well.
we're just trying to figure out kind of what kind of rooms are in there. You know, the challenge is that salary and benefits is such a huge percentage of our operating costs, and that debt service and CalPERS are a huge percentage, and they can't change. So there's not a lot of levers to pull when we're doing the forecasts and doing what-ifs. But, you know, the main thing we're looking for is do the blue line and the red line start to cross? We already know that when you put capital projects in it is, you know, what's it take for those to cross? And they can cross too, depending on how much we're putting into expenses and, you know, what kind of future we have. Remember, this has no COLAs in it.
Okay, so the answer
But
is, we haven't really done what-ifing
Well,
yet.
But what we have, so we haven't created any spreadsheets, but we have done is within our finance team with me and Marissa, we have sat down and had those conversations, like where are the areas that we can look at those expenses, both in services and then CIP projects. So we have some ideas about where, if we need to, we can pull those levers. But again, that's why we're asking the question tonight, because it's kind of a fruitless exercise to build out spreadsheets until we know policy direction from you all. But we're very aware that we need to run some what-if scenarios, which is kind of why tonight's presentation is framed the way it is, that we're wanting you to think about, you know, an 85-15 or something like that. So we're very aware of it. Yes, sir.
Okay, where's fire services that we're paying to Monterey, which is significant?
Oh, and thank
Where
you
is
for
that?
that. I think we kind of went over that fast. Services and supplies includes fire
Okay.
and ambulance.
It's in that
And
line item. Okay, good.
That's a significant portion.
This sort of touches on Jeff's comments, which were good. The 38 million for the police station public works building. Does that filter anywhere in here? Are you putting some of that into the projected capital projects?
Yeah, so it's kind of, if you put it all in year one when you build it, it just throws everything off. So what's actually in there is the cost of debt service. I ran the calculations at 4.7% for 30 years and came up with the number. So I'm going to give the spreadsheet to you, we'll check it. Oh, man, I don't have that. But. So, but I'll double, you know, I, by the way, I haven't done that calculation in about 6 months, so this is my memory. So that's why I left it in capital projects, because it's consuming those resources. If you put it up into debt service on the line above, then, yeah,
So
either place.
did you include like architecture services of $5 million somewhere?
So we didn't capitalize that. We figured that's something we would be paying out of our own capital projects budget. When we get into that next agenda item, it's in this year. as
So
a,
you're expensing that this year,
correct.
5 million.
Because the anticipation is you would be paying for that right now. You've got to get it done before you can go do anything else.
And then you're putting the 4.7% debt service under capital expenditures each year, starting a year or two from now?
Yeah, for the next 38 years, 30 years.
That sort of touched on what you were asking.
So now I'm a little confused. $38 million, so you assume that $38 million did not include what I'm assuming is $5 million in architecture services? So you're assuming that the total cost of the building is $43 million? Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't want, when I have asked people about the cost of projects, it always includes architecture services. So I wonder if your $38 million included architecture services. Like when people talk about cost of, like I'm kind of looking at Hans, because Hans has more experience than I do in this, but when people talk about the cost of a building, it generally includes the architect, right? So I'm assuming that when you got a $38 million number, that would have included the $5 million architect. the
Yeah, it's
$5
an
million
interesting question.
We'll double check that.
Okay,
Yeah.
and we can talk,
Yeah.
and we'll, like, I have some quibbles with the $5 million number too, so we can talk about that.
And that's one
Yeah.
reason why Brandon
Yes.
wanted to do the CIP first. So if you take out the $5 million, whatever year you put it in, we're getting closer to the 10%. I mean, we're probably at more like 14% instead of 30%.
Right, we put 5 million into next year for the architect.
Okay, so we're not spending as much as it appears to catch up on
Next
our
year.
roads and buildings and
Yeah,
other
well,
kinds of
and you're
things.
leading into some really awesome stuff, because they're gonna talk about the time it takes to plan, and then when you build, and so costs go up after you've had a chance to plan, so
Okay.
there's a lot of variability, but.
Okay,
you're
I
gonna hear
guess
about it.
I'm gonna show in a few minutes when I show my projection that this can get way worse fast. And Bob just touched on one of them. Okay, all right, very good work. Thank you. Anybody else before we move on? Okay, I'm gonna get public comments. All right, so we're done with the council for questions. More discussion to come. And I'm gonna open it up for public comments. I saw Nancy's hand up.
Nancy Toomey, thank you. This is great work by all the participants. I just have two relatively simple questions. Jamie reeled off a bunch of items that were to come out of the unassigned reserved budget dollars. It would be nice to see, not the unassigned, sorry, the reserved budget dollars for future years. And it would be nice to see a more granular list of what those items are. So I'm requesting that as an item. And then I was under the understanding, and it was probably wrong because it's not on this chart that we see, on the additional pension mitigation, that my assumption was that the 1 million would continue for extended years beyond what is shown here, which is shown to end at the end of FY 26-27. So again, I was assuming that would be a continued reserve. And would like to see that addressed as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come up? Okay.
Mayor, one quick comment while the public member's
Yeah.
coming up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just as a reminder, so this is, as we're starting our budget season right now, if you remember, and those that stay with us every year through this, we start, after this meeting, we start a Q&A document that lives on our website. So we're collecting all these questions. So anything that we can't answer tonight or need to do more research on, we'll include in that Q&A document that will live as we go through the rest of the budget season.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Harry Ross, and these are kind of questions or clarifications. So under the contractor line, my question would be, if you take out ambulance, fire, kind of those things like that, and supplies, what's truly left in things that we are contracting or consulting out? And that would lead me to a question of, in some cases, would it be cheaper to bring it back in-house? Would that actually save us money than spending a lot of money on contractors? So that's just a thought about that line. This comes from a private business kind of point of view, but should the city consider being self-insured for health insurance? Would that actually, could someone do an analysis of that could that save us money instead of insuring out? And I don't know the answer to that, but I worked for a company where we were self-insured, and it did save quite a bit of money. There's a risk in that, so it's not anything that doesn't have a risk, but it might be interesting to look at. And then I didn't go through all the information there, but it would be interesting to see head count from maybe 5 years ago to 10 years ago to now, to understand, have we really added people, or were people about the same and we're adding salary? That would be just kind of an interesting statistic to understand. So that's it.
Thank you, Harry. Go ahead. No, come up. I'm sorry. We're friendly.
Guys, so I just have been looking through my old Carmel books, and I saw that in the 1960s that where the police department and everything is up there now, that whole thing was supposed to be like a bicentennial, not a bicentennial, but a 50th anniversary where they were gonna bring the city hall up, and it was gonna be one giant space for city hall and police. And that was why that is so large up there, because it was going to be for everything. So as I was sitting back here trying to think how, come up with the money, just a brainstorm, throw it out there idea. What if this city hall this was once All Saints Church, it became City Hall. What if this property was sold for the money to go into the city to make that a substantial 38, 48, I don't know how many $1 million everything. The parking's there too for everybody. It just sits there all day. And by the way, thank you so much, whoever, when I didn't have Wi-Fi or electricity, Christmas Eve, Christmas night, all of those days that I was able to go to the library and all of those things. And I know those people up there in that parking lot building, I think they put it all together, but I was able to have service all throughout that time, and I didn't get to come in January, and thank you. But anyway, I can just envision a whole big thing up there and selling this for money for city. Thanks.
Thank you. Laura, you going to come up? No. No? Okay. Trying to get some people up here. It's an important subject, so we'd love to hear from you. Come on in. I'm going to give you plenty of time because this is your one chance at the beginning.
I'll be quick. I really applaud the efforts to get a better handle on the deferred maintenance across the entire city. You can't solve a problem until you define it, and I think there was a really nice start on that today. It feels like there's just two observations. One is that it seems like we probably need a lot more rigor in getting that list together in a way that we feel is kind of bulletproof in terms of what are the costs. And I think there were a number of great questions from council members trying to dig at that deferred maintenance a little bit better. By way of example, one of the things we've been asking on Forest and Beach, we're in a process of getting estimates, right, for some of the deferred maintenance on the revetments, et cetera. And I noticed there was a line item up there for $8 million on some of that. And we had a presentation that I kept asking what happened. We heard that we used to have beach maintenance. And we had a presentation at the last meeting. And in 2015, so 11 years ago, all that stopped. And if you look at 2015, all those revetments, all the rocks, everything was covered. There was great effort every year that was sort of almost beach hardening before the winter. And as a result of that going away, it's exposed all those revetments, and it's now resulting.
Are you going to stay for the whole discussion?
Yes, I am.
Why don't you hold that question till after the Public Works folks have a chance to talk about CIP, because I think they're going to cover that subject, correct?
I was just going to say
Do you
that
want her to go ahead now?
the cost of deferred
go ahead.
maintenance increases
Yeah.
if you stop maintaining things,
Yeah.
right? So my point is getting out in front of this deferred maintenance is really critical because it results in a lot higher expenditures over time when we leave things behind. The other thing is I think we're going to have a lot of imagination in the revenues area because clearly we're looking for funds that don't exist in our current forecast and there have to be ways that we can come up and brainstorm together how we increase our revenue and address our deferred maintenance both. Thank you.
Very good. Stay tuned for the discussion about the beach. It's coming up. Anybody else? Come on up. Yep, your turn.
Hi, my name is Jim Beck. So, gosh, I don't even know where to start. If I was running this business, I'm probably the only person that bothered to review all 214 pages before I came in here. I would, there's a couple of things that I'd like to impart. One is in Chip's prior budget. By the way, I like Chip Rearick. But if you look at that 10-year historical forecast picture, what you see is salaries and benefits and services that we've contracted for has gone up well over 50% since the year that my road pavement was approved that just got paved. That's fiscal year 21, 22. 50% for salaries and benefits and services. And I'm still picking up the litter on my street. So I don't know where all those service improvements have come. But I would like to see in this next budget a commitment by administration to improve services. The finance manager went through some options in terms of how do we get to a budget balance, which is a commitment that's made, I think, in the annual, what do you call it? Annual comprehensive financial report says that we'll have a balanced budget. Well, in that balanced budget, could we also be committing to improving services instead of the council being asked to trade off services to get to lower expenses, okay? And by the way, there's a lot of good data in that annual comprehensive financial report that might provide some guidance for you. While those revenues were only increasing by 12% on an annual basis since fiscal year 21, 22, and expenses and contract services were going up 50%. That meant that the available revenue for CapEx or deferred maintenance is down about 75%. So what happened the last 5 years that we could look at as an opportunity to not just budget off of last year's fiscal year results, but to think about the budget going forward a little differently? Where were we? How did we survive at the same level of services back in fiscal year 21, 22 that didn't require that huge amount of increase in expenses? And just, I don't mean to pick on public works, but the two largest expense categories are administration and public works. And if you look at the report that you haven't looked at yet tonight for the fiscal year 25 finish, in this past year on table 19, there's only a 5% increase in employees in public works. But during that period of time, if you look at the rest of the data that's presented, and these may not be the best criteria to measure them by, but it's what's published, and it's all that we see as citizens here. There's 25% less potholes packed. There's 25% less tree permits provided. There's 10% less calls for service. There's 80% less trees planted. That's in a period of time when the cost per employee is going up, regardless of whether or not we're adding people or not. And you would think if that level of service requirement is down, we'd be talking about, do we need the 15 people that are in that department, or can we get by with the number that we had in fiscal year 21, and what would the impact be? Just some, the other note I would give you is that since I've spent some time on this, I do think you could look at this and be really distressed. I think it's fixable. And I think the awkwardness is for 5 disparate minds here to try to provide one single direction. But I think the policy to begin with that you're looking for, Brandon, should be a balanced budget with available funds for capital improvements. So,
Thank you very much for putting in that amount of time and for your thoughtful comments. Appreciate it. Anybody else? We have a hand up online.
Atlas, go ahead.
Hello, do you hear me?
We can.
I'd like to put my camera, please.
Nope.
We don't
No.
turn on the camera.
No, but we can hear you.
I really have to show something.
Yeah, if you want to show something in the future, you should email it before the meeting so that we can have it ready. We don't turn on the camera or the presentation capability in Zoom during the meeting. Sort of a policy decision. Do you have a point you'd like to make and maybe send the information later? We're going to have another budget meeting in the reasonably near future.
أمتي قد لاح فجر فارقب النصر المبين.
All right, thank you, Atlas. Okay, we've got another one.
George, go ahead.
Yes, hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
I just wanted to ask how many DNBs will be imported in the near future?
I didn't hear the question. Did anybody hear the question?
You know the DNBs that we are importing from Israel?
I'm sorry, that's not on the agenda tonight.
It's not in our jurisdiction.
Oh,
Okay.
is it not?
No, it's
I
not.
thought it was. Oh,
All right,
well,
thank
okay.
you, thank you. All right, last chance. All right, we'll bring it back for discussion. Brandon, you want to?
Would you like, Mayor, would you guys like to discuss, or do you want us to move on to the CIP presentation?
Let's go ahead and do that now.
Okay.
It's,
All right.
your point's well taken.
Okay, all right. Shari and Ken, please.
Good evening, good afternoon, or evening, Mayor and council members. So first off, I want to address that sand movement that Commissioner Brzezowski was bringing up. That's going to be in our operating and maintenance budgets, not a capital improvement to move sand that we used to do quite a bit every year. So we worked that into our plan for budget for next year and going forward. So just letting the council know about that. Also, one of the things that you talked about the police and public works buildings being built. My last organization I was at, I keep in contact with them because they're building a public safety building, which houses police, lifeguards, and they're building a council chamber as well, about 65,000 square feet. It's not a new building, it's not a scrape and build. It's a nice building, but they're doing just the insides. And it started out as a $60 million project. They just told me they were going to council this week. It's going to go up to 90 million, and 5 million of that was design services. Just given that concept of cost of building that type of infrastructure. So tonight, we'll be presenting the initial overview of the proposed fiscal year 26 and 27 capital improvement program and a 5-year capital plan. Before I begin, I want to recognize Shari Carlett, our project manager, who has stepped up in significant ways to lead our capital planning efforts. Shari has played a central role in organizing, refining, and advancing this CIP, and her leadership has been instrumental in bringing forward a thoughtful, well-structured program for your consideration. As you know, the capital improvement program is one of the most important tools, or as mentioned earlier, levers, that the council has in managing and controlling the city's overall budget. It is where long-term priorities, infrastructure needs, and fiscal policy intersect. Through the CIP, the council can strategically guide investments, balance deferred maintenance with new initiatives, and ensure our limited resources are aligned with community priorities. The proposed CIP before you was developed using a data-driven strategic approach. We relied on existing infrastructure assessments, including our storm drain master plan, our pavement management through our Street Saver program, facility condition assessments, and the environmental and coastal studies, as well as council priorities from our January workshop. We also evaluated ongoing projects, operational needs, and staff capacity to ensure that what we are proposing is achievable and aligned with city's long-term priorities. For the FY 26-27 CIP specifically, I want to highlight a couple of key assumptions. The cost estimate for the Public Works, Police Department, Architectural Services is based on the median submitted proposals, providing a balance of market-informed estimates. In addition, the program assumes a fully staffed capacity, a capital delivery team, including a capital program manager and 2 project managers, which is critical to successfully implement the scope work being proposed. With that, Shari will walk you through the proposed program, highlight key projects and priorities, and most importantly, seek your direction on how you would like us to refine the CIP before returning with the final budget for adoption. Shari.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, members of the public, and to my colleagues. So today I'll be presenting to you the proposed CIP budget and plan. Okay, let me just go. So beginning with the purpose of this presentation. So today I'll be presenting to you the capital improvement project programs budget for the fiscal year 26-27, as well as the 5-year CIP program through fiscal year 2027 to 2031. The purpose of this initial presentation is to provide high-level overview of the planned capital investments for the upcoming fiscal years, major priority projects included in the 5-year outlook, and anticipated funding needs, project scheduling, and long-term planning considerations. The CIP outlines how the city will maintain essential infrastructures, enhance public safety and accessibility, and meet regulatory and environmental requirements over the next several years. This is going to be the first step for this annual CIP process, and we will be continuing to refine the project scopes, costs, and funding sources as we move toward the final budget adoption. To reiterate, these projects are recommended by staff based on the City Council high priority lists, condition assessments, infrastructure field evaluations, deferred maintenance projects list, community needs, as well as staff capacity. Just a little bit of a background. So what is a CIP? The Capital Improvement Program is developed annually to guide how the city plans, prioritizes, and funds major infrastructure, facilities, and long-term capital needs. It provides a strategic framework to ensure that essential city assets are maintained, improved, and developed in a coordinated and fiscally responsible way. So what does the CIP program do for the city and the community? We maintain and rehabilitate aging infrastructures. So we make sure that critical infrastructures such as streets, utilities, buildings, public facilities remain safe, reliable, and functional for the community. It enhances public safety and improve overall accessibility. So we invest in projects that support roadway networks, accessible public spaces, emergency repairs, and community well-being. Meet regulatory requirements, environmental commitments. We also address state and federal regulations, environmental standards, sustainability goals through responsible capital investments. And we also support long-term infrastructure development plans by providing roadmap for growth on aligning future capital projects by adopting city plans, master plans, and community priorities. And lastly, we also coordinate and manage all the CIP investments in an organized and transparent manner. So moving on, this is going to be the first spreadsheet. Let me start with discussing the current fiscal year 25-26 project status. As you can see in these spreadsheets, we put the list of all the current adopted CIP projects. And in here, it'll show the projects that are completed, in progress, may be completed, or will be carried over to the next fiscal year 26-27. And we also identify in here the projects which require budget carryovers to the next fiscal year. The spreadsheet also identifies mid-year budget requests for ongoing and some of the upcoming projects that may extend to the next fiscal year. And in conjunction with that, I just want to show you a little bit of photos of some of the completed and ongoing CIP projects. So in this slide, this is one of the completed projects. This is the Forest Theater stage improvement. So in here, you could see the stage replacement. In addition, this facilities division crew also did some supplemental electrical work in this project. The next completed project is the exterior painting of the fire station. So you can see here they've completed the painting of the fire station as well as address some leaky repairs in the roof. And then this one is In this photo, we have the during and then the after of the remodeling of the interior of the fire station. So basically, we extended it to accommodate the new fire engine, worked on the floors, and the turnout tracks were relocated. Another completed project was the Rio Road median restoration project. So basically, the old landscaping were replaced with native drought-resistant plants, and improvement includes irrigation, mulch, and boulders. And then now I want to move on to ongoing projects. So this one is the conglomerate paving project. It is one of the, it's basically the largest CIP for streets that the city has ever had. So currently we completed over 7,000 feet of AC overlay. We did work on streets, AC overlay, street reconstruction. We're gonna do the micro seal starting in April because that's when the plant opens. And then we've done ADA ramp installation as well as drainage improvements. And as part of this project, we will also include another CIP, which is one improvement on the Sunset Center main parking lot, which is also an AC overlay and some restriping work. And in this photo, it's just a photo of Torres Avenue during construction and then after the paving project. So this one is one of the major, I guess, street improvement project here in the city. This is the gateway into the city. It's paving Ocean Avenue from Highway 1 to Carpenter Street. So as you can see in here, we have the during and then the after, and then the striping also has been completed as well. Moving on, so now I've just completed the fiscal year 25-26 project updates, and now I'm going to move on with the proposed 5-year CIP plan. The 5-year CIP plan is the city's long-term roadmap for planning and managing major infrastructure and facility investment. So this plan organizes and prioritizes projects based on several key factors, including deferred maintenance, infrastructure condition, safety concern, and community needs. High priority projects are identified through City Council project prioritization workshop, the condition assessments, engineering studies, and operational evaluations. The plan also includes emergency repairs and upgrades that address immediate safety or operational issues. Each project is sequenced over the 5-year period to show when work is expected to take place and how it fits into the overall city's priorities. The plan also outlines projected costs for every project within a timeline, providing information on the CIP funding needs across the 5 fiscal years. In this one, I just want to give a snapshot of the overall spreadsheet, and I understand you won't be able to see this, but just kind of give you a little bit rundown on what's really included in here. So the columns and the blue ones represent like the project categories, and on your left, it's stated in here, there's 5 public works CIP categories: streets and sidewalks, drainage, city facilities, forest, beach and parks, and environmental program. And then running across, which are the different fiscal years running from fiscal year 2027 to 2031. And then the blue rows are basically the subtotal for each category for each fiscal year. And then at the bottom will be the grand total for each fiscal year on all these projects. And before I start talking a little bit more about the category projects, I just wanted to give you the overview for the 5-year CIP spreadsheet. So this spreadsheet highlights the city's long-range planning efforts. So this is more of a planning tool, identifying all the major projects with forecasted costs associated with it in the span of the next 5 years. The CIP, the 5-year CIP serves as the city's primary strategic tool for long-term planning of city-owned infrastructure. It consolidates all capital project needs and funding requirements into the 5-year. Okay, so this is the first, I guess, the first two categories of the 5-year CIP, which includes the drainage and the streets and sidewalks. So I think what I would like to kind of discuss in here is, first, we have like, as an example, like drainage as a project category in here. So on year one, for fiscal year 26-27, it shows the proposed CIP budget and the projects for the upcoming fiscal year. On the third column, you would see a letter D, and the D is an indicator that marks if the project was previously identified as a deferred maintenance, and you could see there's a lot of Ds in here. And then on the next column, which is on the fourth, is the estimated cost. So it displays the projected or estimated total cost for each project. And then for the rows, with each project categories, projects are identified, planned, and organized within the 5-year schedule. So the blue one shows the subtotals for each category for each fiscal year. And then again, later on, the grand totals are going to be summarized at the bottom for each one. Just a little bit of background. So the drainage infrastructure includes several drainage improvements intended to address localized flooding, improve stormwater conveyance, and increase the long-term system resilience. The streets and sidewalk infrastructure funds the repair, maintenance, and improvement of the community's roadways and pedestrian network. This includes resurfacing streets, repairing or replacing sidewalks, enhancing the safety for people walking and driving, improving traffic flow, and extending the overall lifespan of the transportation system. So in the next slide, this focuses more on the facilities. So the facilities category comprises of several projects that addresses system maintenance that improve safety and support long-term planning for public facilities, including buildings such as the City Hall, Fire Station, the PDPW building, and all the other city-owned buildings and facilities. Next is the forest, parks, and beach infrastructure. This CIP category includes several projects focused on coastal resilience. There are trees, parks, environmental restoration, and park infrastructure. Just to highlight, I guess, some of the projects in here that are currently on a high priority list. One is the sand ramp at the 8th Avenue, which includes, if you could see it in your spreadsheet, which is probably larger, this is estimated at $275,000 currently. So the repair is for storm damage in ramp, a sand ramp, and restores the reliable emergency and public access with improvements resilient to coastal erosion and sea level rise. So just an update, we have an upcoming geotechnical investigation happening hopefully by the end of the week, doing soil boring and sand redistribution monitoring gauges at the sand ramp. The next priority project for this category is the eroded bluff emergency repair. As you know, during December, there was a storm and there was an erosion and this caused some issues there. So this project will stabilize the eroding coastal bluff to protect the emergency and public access routes and safeguard nearby infrastructure through geotechnical analysis and targeted repairs. So some updates here. So we have done some temporary and short-term repair using some tarps and ripraps, and that's through the advisement of our geotechnical engineer that we are working on finalizing an agreement with Haruka Sunich for your geotechnical design, as well as to address a longer-term repair for the eroded bluff and other potential permitting requirements. And then the last one would be the scenic pathway improvement. This one would help reconstruct and stabilize eroded pathway to ensure emergency, again, and public access. It will be included in the slope stabilization, drainage upgrades, and protective barrier. So currently for that one, we have conducted a field investigation with an engineering firm. A conceptual design has been discussed, and we're just waiting for the proposal from the engineering firm to do the survey, topo survey, and design work, and get an estimated cost. Okay. And then moving on to the last of that slide for the 5-year CIP plan. So this is for the fleet and equipment, and basically this supports our ongoing municipal operations through the vehicle and equipment replacements. So these are all the replacement, costs for this, the upcoming fiscal years. In this spreadsheet, you will see at the bottom the project subtotal, which is the total cost for the actual project in itself, as can be seen in the light blue. So if you could see the project subtotal highlighted in light blue in between the solid borders, that will be the project subtotal for each project. So that includes costs for soft costs and hard costs. Soft costs meaning we have design, we can have permitting, advertisement, public outreach, and other preliminary engineering work such as survey work or a geotechnical analysis. And then the hard costs would include the construction costs and some contingency associated with it. So that is the blue one called project subtotal. And then we have staff resources too, to be able to carry these projects, and that's included in here. The yellow is the grand total for each fiscal year. So as you can see here, for fiscal year 26-27, and I'll give a discussion more earlier in this, the current fiscal year, it is at 12,141,504. But as Brandon mentioned earlier, the letter D refers to the deferred maintenance. So all of these deferred maintenance are actually captured in the CIP. And the total for that is about 9,860,000. Again, that's about 80% of that CIP budget for that fiscal year. And then the rest of them are from fiscal year 26-27 to 2020-31, and you could see all the grand totals for each year, and all, again, the deferred maintenance that's captured in every fiscal year. So now I'm going to move on and refer it to the first column, which is the proposed annual fiscal year 26-27 CIP budget. And this is really the one that we're asking for expenditure authority. And this is the one that's going to have some legal authority to carry these projects. The annual CIP budget identifies the projects recommended to move forward in the upcoming fiscal year in this spreadsheet. It provides, again, the expenditure authority required to implement these projects. This fiscal year represents the first year of the city's 5-year CIP plan. The budget outlines all the proposed projects for implementation, and it includes, again, soft costs and construction costs. The proposed projects spans multiple CIP, including, as mentioned earlier, drainage, streets, sidewalks, public facilities, forests, parks, and beach, fleet and equipment, and some contingency. Next slide. So again, this is the first of the half of the proposed annual CIP budget. Just kind of give you a little bit of an overview of this spreadsheet. So again, this fiscal year 26-27 outlines priority projects developed from Council's priority workshop, deferred maintenance list, condition assessment, our operational evaluations, as well as identified community needs. This spreadsheet shows how fiscal year 26-27 projects are presented with estimated total costs. So the first 3 columns really is a screenshot of the 5-year plan. So that is identifying the year 1, which is fiscal year 26-27. As you can see in the 3rd column, it states in there estimated total costs. And just to kind of mention it, this first year will be a lot of design, because we would need this design to be able to carry construction operation. And on the 4th On the fourth column, you would see the carryover from the fiscal year 25-26 into fiscal year 26-27. So basically, that's monies from this fiscal year that will be carried over for this upcoming fiscal year. And so the green is basically the difference between estimated total minus the carryover. And the green highlights what we need this year. So that will be the new monies that we will be needing. Additional columns on the right basically showcases soft costs, which include, again, like I said earlier, the design, any preliminary engineering, advertising, public outreach that are associated with carrying out a CIP or any project. And then subsequent columns show, so there's construction costs from several or multiple years, and some of those projects after design are actually phased into phase 1 or phase 2 in consideration of the budget. And then the last column is ADA requirement. We had to put it in there because a lot of these projects do require some ADA improvement or upgrades as part of doing public works projects. So basically, that's the overview for this column, for this spreadsheet. And I just want to highlight under facilities, since this is for the fiscal year 26-27, that it was being discussed earlier. So the PWPD architectural design is actually captured in here. And as mentioned earlier, with a budget of over 12 million, 5 million of that is actually coming from the proposed PW architectural design, and which is really a median cost. It's really, it's not really for sure that it's going to be captured, but it is 5 million of the budget and about 40% of the entire CIP budget for this fiscal year. Moving on to the next half of the CIP budget. As you can see in here at the bottom, you will see the grand total for the proposed CIP project for this upcoming fiscal year. Again, as mentioned earlier, the grand total is around 12 million, but it has a carryover of about 2 million from previous fiscal years. With that, the budget needed for fiscal year 26-27 in yellow-green is estimated at around 9.986 or around $10 million. And then you would also see the grand total for the soft costs and construction costs for its fiscal year. Again, some of these projects are phased out in consideration of funding availability. So the next one, I just want to highlight and capture it in one chart, is the allocations of the different funding for each category. So this funding distribution shows how funds are assigned across the different categories as mentioned: drainage, streets, sidewalks, facilities, forestry, fleet and equipment, and contingency. It illustrates how resources are planned to support priority infrastructure needs for the upcoming fiscal year. As an example, as you can see in here, the facilities has a total of about 6.85 million funding allocation, which represents approximately about 56% of the total budget for this upcoming fiscal year. Again, I'd like to reiterate that the reason why this is also 56% because it does include the potential $5 million median cost for architectural services for the PD and PW building. And then fiscal impact. The city, as mentioned earlier, the CIP is one of the lever of the city's overall budget used to deliver long-term infrastructure improvements. And the CIP is funded through multiple sources: capital improvement funds, vehicle and equipment funds, grants, and external funding, and some potential funding sources. The funding sources support the planning, the design, construction, and maintenance of capital projects across all categories. So in conclusion, this 5-year CIP plan and proposed fiscal budget represent more than a set of numbers. They reflect our shared priorities, our long-term vision, and our commitment to deliver projects to the community. The CIP lays out planned roadmap for investing in the city's infrastructure and facilities that support safety, mobility, sustainability, and quality of life. As we move forward, staff seeks your guidance and direction to ensure these plans remain responsive, financially sound, and community-driven. We welcome your questions, your feedback, and consideration as we finalize the proposed CIP plan and budget before you today. With that, I thank you, and we welcome your questions and feedback.
Thank you. Very professional presentation. Appreciate that. Lots of work went into that. And thank you also for the great work that we've done this year on roads and a couple other things. They look beautiful. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. All right. I guess questions on the CIP aspect of this.
I have some.
Go ahead.
First off, thank you. I'll say that again, thank you. This is I think the 7th 5-year CIP I've looked at, because the Planning Commission looks at them every year. So, 4 on the Planning Commission, and then 1 as a candidate, and 1 last year, and then this year. And this is the first time I can say it is a meaningful, helpful planning document. That it's
You got some round of applause, and I didn't stop anybody.
No, you're going to get some from me today.
Maybe a first.
It does an excellent job of a 5-year plan. It recognizes the fact that capital projects cannot be done in a year, that some are ongoing and forever, like streets and sidewalks. And the ones that are even more finite still take time. It recognizes that without a proper design, you can't do a good construction. Measure twice, cut once. It demonstrates that you all, I'm talking to all of you here, put your heads together and said, we got to accomplish a lot of stuff. You've given us your best opinion as experts in this area of what we should do and when. And I value that a lot. Asking me, a retired software engineer, to talk about what we should do with roads and sidewalks is absurd. So I appreciate that. And I have more comments later, but questions, Cherie, is like for, let's streets and sidewalks, for example. We've got, streets and sidewalks are forever. And this seems to show some cadence of, we plan one year, we construct the next year, or maybe the next year. Can you explain some of that cadence to me? About your thoughts on are you always doing planning while you're building? Or are you thinking, no, 1 year we're gonna plan? And then,
Yes. So as you know, streets and sidewalks, and they are always going to be probably an eternal type of project because they, once you construct, it's new, and then the PCI goes low. And then you do have to maintain it, but it will go to a point where you either maintain it to extend the quality or the quality of the condition, or you're going to have to reconstruct and replace depending on the budget set by the council. So in this, I guess, in this CIP budget, we talked about doing a design on the first year, as you could see as an example here for the street improvement rate. And then on the fiscal year, the next 2 fiscal years, we're phasing it into 2 projects. And that's in consideration to just setting it at 1 million, 1.5 in consideration of your budget. Otherwise, it can also be put in the next year, but also addressing, like our capacity that we have in here. So basically that will happen. As you could see, it's basically a pattern, design, and then construction, design, and then construction. And that will be most likely, that will happen basically sort of eternally. Because our PCI number, once you prove it after several years, it will go down again. And so that's something that is a deferred maintenance, kind of a forever one.
so using, actually, maybe we should just pull up the 5-year plan for these questions. Yeah, on the screen.
Oh, shoot, sorry.
Yeah, great. So for example, you just used street improvement project as an example. So you're saying, let's do some design in 26, 27, and then construction of $1 million and $1.5 million in the following 2 years, but then you go blank the year after that. I'm curious, is that real, or as opposed to the next line, which is, street rehab, where you do planning, well, maybe, so I'll just stick to the first question. I assume street improvement doesn't really stop after 2 years or after 3 years? Should we assume that that really does keep going?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Then my other question, because I really, as I said, I really appreciate the fact that you've put items on here and you've kind of showed me that once we start, they have a tail. And, so I felt like last year when we were putting things into the CIP, I wasn't entirely sure, is this the whole project, or is this the start? And if I do start it, what is the tail? And mostly the answer was, we don't know what the tail is until we do the study. And I appreciate, again, having some estimate of the tail, understanding that you might be wrong. Mission Trail Nature Preserve, can you explain this? This turned into a big number, and I'm curious what's behind all
It's a
it.
mistake, we were just discussing that, there's $4 million, I don't know where that came from, and something.
So, I mean, I'll have Mary to discuss because this is also her expertise, but basically, the Mission Trail project, there's a proposal to realign the existing channel at this point. And so in the first couple of years, as you can see in there, those are soft costs. So those are gonna be design, most likely preliminary engineering like hydraulic analysis, survey work, and then permitting, and that will normally take a couple of years. These are estimated numbers because the city has not done some new realignment of creek before, but having my experience on flood control projects, I mean, this will probably be a little bit more than a typical expansion of a creek. And so the 4 million is a projected number because we don't have a specific number at this point. So that's where those numbers came from. Otherwise, if you have more questions, I think I'll defer them to Mary also, if that's okay.
And Mr. Mayor, is this where you wanted to go? I mean, with questions, these are pretty specific questions.
Well, as
Sounds
Mr.
like a question to me.
As Mr. Beck said, I don't know where to start, so we have to start somewhere. So keep going. I mean, there's a lot here.
There's a lot here,
We could be here
and
for
I think
8
we're just
hours.
starting to absorb it. My main questions were really trying to understand the structure of it. I'll just put it out there that I'm on the Mission Trail, I'm curious why it has such a large tail. And
So,
that will-
Mr. Delves, if I could just offer, once again, a reminder to everyone. So we are taking notes, we'll be producing that question and answers thing. So I'm taking that as a question of, how was this $4 million in 2930? How was that constructed? What's that made up of? And so we can make that part of the conversation because again, we'll be coming back multiple times with drafts of this budget to you.
If we answer that, I'll be done.
Go ahead and answer,
Just
and then I'm
really
going
quick, I mean,
to do a general
it's a
question.
stream realignment in a nature preserve that is well protected and has a lot of compliance. So not only do we have to do the Coastal Commission compliance, but we also have Army Corps of Engineers compliance. So there's all this permitting. Those things add up a lot of costs. And so we're trying to put some number out there. It could be less, it could be more, but at least give us some idea of where you're gonna go. You're gonna pay some money to do something, to do a stream realignment in a preserved area that's protected.
Thank you.
Brandon, if we could back up a little bit before we get too far into this. Clearly, we could be here for 8 hours if we do that level of detail. What do you really expect from us tonight practically, so we're not here for an 8-hour?
It's a great question. So practically, we want some high level feedback on, the projects. If there's glaring things that you think are missing or things that need to be added, we can take questions tonight without expecting an answer. We can take questions via email, both from the council and from members of the public. We take those throughout the budget season and we put them together and come back with answers at the next meeting. I think you're right. I think we're really looking for some high level feedback, but it's your meeting, sir. We have this on the agenda so we can get that feedback. And if we need to go into details, we're prepared to do that.
But you're also prepared for us to cover it at a higher level tonight?
Yes,
And go
sir.
home and we can just keep feeding you
That's right.
questions? And
That's right.
at the next meeting, you'll come and surface those?
Because we have to, we still have to come back and present you with essentially the draft CIP. This is our draft, but we haven't had any feedback from you or the public on it yet. So we need to come back to you still with the document that we present, that we can fine tune between now and then.
Okay. So maybe what we can do is, each of us have our areas where we're more knowledgeable, right? Maybe we can each cover the areas that we think we have some proficiency in and ask our questions. And hopefully by doing that, we'll cover a lot of this area. Some probably aren't going to get covered and we'll just have to do it later. Does that make sense?
I'm certainly
looking
open to
for
that.
feedback.
It's up to your
I'm looking
colleagues,
for feedback
actually.
from all of you too,
Yeah.
because some of you have done this more times than I have. Jeff, what
That
do you
makes
think?
sense. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, it makes sense for us to focus on areas we're more familiar with. And then I have a few just very quick questions. It could be.
Okay.
I have some questions and some comments about a few things.
Okay, well, let's just start. Alessandro, why don't you go?
All right, thank you, Mary. First, Sherry, thank you for all the work you
These
put
are
into,
these are just questions, right?
Questions, correct.
Okay.
We're in questions.
for all the work you put in, and it's just so much better and so much more thorough than what we've been used to getting, so thank you for that. Just a couple, these are sort of just all over the place. Really quickly to clarify, so the resurfacing of the Sunset parking lot, you said the main one, so you're just talking about the north one, is that correct?
The San Carlos one, yeah.
Eighth.
The San
At
Car-
8th, as
Not-
opposed to the one at 10th?
No, yes, it's the one along San Carlos, it's the one where you enter the theater.
Oh, well, then that's the,
Yes,
okay, so
that's
you're.
the one. But, I'm sorry, this is the one we're doing right now. We're trying to do that this year, if that's what you mean. For this fiscal year, we're trying to include that this fiscal year.
Okay, so the south lot.
The
then.
south one, that's the one where you have that added in here. That would be including the 8th, as well as the yoga center, and then the second parking lot.
Okay, is everyone 10th? Yeah. Okay. Next question, I don't know if this may have been a typo, but on the Sunset Center retaining wall, sidewalk, and fence, it said 7th twice, but I think you meant 8th on that, right?
Is that 8? I think that, okay, is that 8? I think I thought that was 7, but there's a retaining wall along 7th, and there's also a retaining wall.
The main one is 8th.
Okay, I'm sorry, that would be 8. So there's one retaining wall there, and there's also another retaining wall between the yoga parking lot and then the second parking lot. So those are gonna be the 2 retaining walls.
Okay. Let's see. Just another question as well is how many project managers do we currently have, and are we looking to hire any more? I guess that's a Ken question, or
I think that's
just one?
yeah.
I can take that one. So
Sure.
we currently have one project manager. We have Shari. We have a vacant position right now, so we have 2 planned positions for project managers. Our proposal is creating a 3rd position who's essentially a CIP manager. That's our proposal, is that in order to accomplish a $10 million a year CIP in an effective way, we need a CIP manager who is also a project manager. But they are overseeing a team of 2 city employees who are project managers as well, one focused on vertical and one focused on horizontal construction, so buildings and structures and roads and drains and things like that.
Okay, thanks, Brandon. Just a couple of random questions again. There was something on 2 of the last charts we had when I went over them over the weekend, and it said something about we are paying for a fire inspector vehicle for $75,000, and I just was asking why we would be doing that. Yeah, there it is, fire inspector vehicle.
I'm gonna defer that to Rob, I guess.
The current fire inspector vehicle was formerly a Carmel police car. It was a Charger, and the fire inspector took it over, and it's at its end of its life, so they need a new vehicle.
But would that be our requirement, or would Monterey pay for that?
That would be my understanding. It should have been Monterey's
Can
vehicle.
we get to the bottom of that? Can we find out?
We will add that to our questions
Okay,
list.
thank you. Okay, so next, I was just wondering about getting an update on the 10th and the 12th Avenue shoreline stair repairs, the status on that. And if we're doing like for like, should it be moving along, or just let us know how it's going?
Yes, I forgot to give you an update for that one. So when I came in, we didn't have a lot of delivery on the plans, but now we are 100%. So we are now just got actually our building permit, and we're waiting for the final actual permit to be given to us, and we're ready. We're gonna work with Osonio, and we've prepared already the bid package. It's just finalizing it with the changes. So we're moving along and ready to bid that project soon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see what else I've got here. So the area I wanted to focus on, because this has sort of been my focus, is the beach. Oh, wait, I had two other questions before we get to that. I'm sorry. On fiscal year 2028-29, under streets and sidewalks, it says traffic and pedestrian safety study. And I'm questioning that year it's 100,000, and then the next year, 29-30, it's 250,000. How did we get to this point? And I thought, at one point when we were talking about a traffic and safety study, we were talking $10,000, so I don't understand how that is such a huge amount. And maybe this is things that we need to just put on our list of questions.
I'll give it to Ken.
So that came to us at a request from the Traffic Safety Committee to do a traffic safety study and then the implementation of that traffic safety study that we were a part of. So we put that in here as something we wanted to propose. So it's
Okay.
the Traffic Safety Committee, that meeting that we had, so it's been requested.
It seems quite thorough if it's at that price range, or
It seems quite. I'm sorry.
thorough, quite a thorough study. I mean, I guess I'm just, my impression of when we talked about it with the chief previously, when we were talking AB 413 and the loss of the parking spaces, it was 10, 20,000 maybe. So I'm just wondering how thorough of a study is this?
That we haven't even gotten down to that path yet, so that's why it's way out in consideration, like earmarked for a future. We're still working on what it is we want to
Okay,
have in the total, but that's a very good question.
Okay. Just a couple quick notes. Also, the Piccadilly Park restroom, the costs on that seem to have skyrocketed. Now we've got 150,000 for fiscal year 27-28, and then 600,000 the next year. So we're talking about, a $750,000 increase of a existing restroom. It seems like a lot.
Yes, so as you see on fiscal year 27-28, it says design. So that has a carryover of 70,000, so that's included. So really the ask is 80,000 for that fiscal year. And again, this is for the design and helping probably with some soft costs like hiring a CM to oversee the construction, and then some permitting and public outreach and stuff like that, because as you know, that is like in the middle of the park amongst all these businesses. So that's just for construction. And the restroom cost, that is a projected cost. We don't have exactly like the streets and drainage, like a hard number in that I can use, like per lineal foot or something. So that's just a placeholder for that fiscal year. Again, these are not going to be adopted at this point, but once we get the design, we will give you a little bit more of a hard number, which is, engineer's estimate.
Which also just makes me think, because I've heard the word public outreach several times today, and it's almost sounding like we're hiring a public relations company to get the public to accept some of these items.
No, actually, I'm acting as the PR right now, but like in some projects. In some projects, when it requires a little bit more, like COD has their own PR, but the public outreach is also, it's not huge. Like, let's say we send advertisements, like project is upcoming, we do public outreach to each of the businesses, those postcards and stuff like that, those are just some soft costs added to that too. But a PR wouldn't be a bad idea if we're, like doing a restroom that will disable the park or something like that, and then the cost on the businesses too. The impact on the businesses, but that's just a minor cost on that one.
Okay, I appreciate your explanation on that. I think I'm almost ready to get to the beach. Okay, so on the beach. So with the sand ramp, for example, on 8th Avenue, so we've got the fiscal year 26-27, we've got it 275,000. So how are we also adding 250,000 the next year and then 2 million the year after that?
Yeah, so I think the intent for this is, again, we really don't have yet a specific contract for this one. So the first year is typically gonna be some engineering, preliminary engineering or design work. So we have to do some geotechnical studies, right, survey, and then some design. And then the next following year, we're anticipating we're gonna have to do some work on permitting. And that will just kind of, giving us some money for, additional money for permitting and as well as continuing like the design. I don't know how the design's gonna be yet at this point. If the permitting will change some of the design, sometimes that happens. And so we're just allocating some monies for that. But that's basically for design and permitting.
Okay, I'm just, basically, everything on here that's on the beach, I'm questioning because the costs are looking astronomical. The
Yeah.
next one with the eroded bluff emergency repair, the 26-27 fiscal year, it's 200,000, and then the next year, 250, and then 300,000, and then 350, and then 400,000. So that's same type of question. And then on the scenic pathway emergency improvement design on 8th through 11th, fiscal year 26-27, we're at 300,000, and then we're at 1.5 million, and then we're at 300,000. Same kind of thing with the Carmel Beach climate adaptation and coastal resiliency. We don't have anything for 26-27 fiscal year, but starting at 27-28, we've got 650,000, then 300,000, and 200,000, and 150,000. I agree with Bob on the Mission Trail that number is so huge. I don't know why we would want to start something if we're going to have that large of a cost coming down the road. Also, if you add up the North Dunes habitat, we're talking $500,000 for some planting over 3 years. That also seems just exorbitant. So I'm just concerned overall, if you had a big picture, that these numbers are just so high. There's no way we can keep up with that kind of spending.
Yeah, and I understand, again, some of these numbers are, some are, like, let's say for streets and drainage, that can come from hard numbers because we have like previous bid summaries that we can base it on, right? But some of these projects, the city has never done them, and so these are projected numbers with a little bit of inflation. And again, when we're nearing, let's say, design, we can provide a little bit more hard numbers on construction costs. So again, you're looking at this, these are projected costs. And the one that's going to be adopted, let's say, is what we're doing now for next fiscal years. We're going to have a little bit more hard numbers or detailed numbers.
Okay.
So yes.
Thank you again for all your
Thank you.
answers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hans, are you prepared? Sure. Go ahead.
So I had, first of all, thank you. I'd add my voice to the chorus there. I had a similar takeaway from kind of what I was just hearing, which is, wow, a lot of these numbers, especially in the out years, are pretty high, or they're generally higher than expected. I guess that's typical for construction, but
Yeah.
Can you just kind of share your philosophy on projections? I think you were just sort of alluding to the fact that some of this may stem from the fact that we're dealing with incomplete information on some of these, construction projects that happen later on, and you're trying to bake in inflation, et cetera. But would you say that these are conservative in that you're erring on the high side, or how would you benchmark your projecting?
So just to give you an example, again, I said it earlier, for let's say drainage, right? Like the drainage, I based that number from the 2023 master plan. So they actually do have pricing in there. But again, those are, you could see hard numbers in there for per lineal foot, per manhole and stuff like that. But that's based in 2023 numbers, so we had to inflate that every year. The CPI is typically too small for construction, so we would inflate it 5 to 10% each year. And then those costs also, we have to include the soft costs, like I said. That's why we have the design. And then we have the hard costs, which is construction. And we do have to be conservative because, as you could see, in some areas where fees, we consider CPI, which is whatever, 3 to 5% a year. But in construction, it just jumps up and down. Like if we have issues on gas prices, that will impact like driving like the trucks or getting supplies and deliveries here. So again, it can go up and down. So there's some inflation numbers in there, but it's also based on hard numbers, right? But for things like, let's say, as I mentioned earlier, the Mission Trail or some of these numbers that the city has not done, or we don't have hard numbers based on a condition assessment or a master plan, we project that based from, let's say, our professional experience or just from other projects. Like, let's say they have done, like, let's say 400,000 for the coastal repair, and they're doing 2 projects. So we sort of kind of base on that. But again, there are projected. We try to be conservative, but I can't tell you when it's bidded out because we do lowest bid. I can't predict that at that point.
I guess my question is, are you consciously being conservative?
Yes, a little bit cautiously conservative, but also kind of a little bit realistic. But then it's a projection, right? If I do an estimate for next fiscal year, it's a little bit more closer to sort of reality. But if I'm projecting something from 3 to 5 years, it's a little bit hard. So, it's a projection. It can go up and down.
Yeah, and I think to answer your question, sir, the answer is yes. We have, these are conservative estimates. I think that they're some people would use the word safe, that this is, worst case scenario based on not knowing the reality. As Shari mentioned, some of these estimates, they're based off of things that we have done in the past, and we have numbers that we can build off of and apply factors to. But some of these things are just really conservative or safe guesses of what it might cost in the future, having not fully understood what the project is yet.
No, that's helpful, and thank you for kind of explaining your process. My next one is relating to roads, and as a council, we've actually spent some time on this recently, and my specific question is the $575,000 for micro resurfacing, which is, I guess, design and construction in the upcoming year's CIP budget. What are the assumptions underlying that number?
So I don't have my spreadsheet for that one right now. But basically, $500,000 is going to be put in for construction costs. So these are projects that, the other projects have designed. And so some of these projects coming from the PMS, the pavement management system, and those have identified projects for, let's say, microseal and microsurface. So we can do that with a really small amount of design, and then we can do construction. It's not like a full-blown reconstruction where we really need to do the design, because a full-blown design would need grading, let's say the ADA stuff.
My question is more, what is the, when you're going into Street Saver, you run these scenarios and you have sort of different triggers for, different decision rules about when you're going to do things to certain roads. And, the way it's been described to me is in the past, we've basically come up with a budget number and said, we've got 1 million or 1.2 million a year for roads. And so we're going to break into like a 60-40 split where 60% is preventative maintenance. Turns out that's pretty close to $575,000 on the $1 million that we're spending on roads. And then we're going to spend 40% on, AC overlays and more extensive reconstruction work. So what are the assumptions, on these roads, we've heard from, NCE that best practices are you're supposed to be doing preventative maintenance every 5 to 7 years to maximize the lifespan of the road. So does this look at our database of roads and say, look, we're going to apply best management practices and we're going to do a preventative maintenance treatment every 5 to 7 years? Or does it say, hey, we're going to spend $600,000 because that's the amount that we can afford to spend?
Yes, so this number it's I guess sort of what you said. We're dedicating $500,000, and then we have the list of projects that are based on the a maintenance rehabilitation, which is a microsurface. And so we will put as much, I guess, streets in that with the $500,000 that we have. So earlier, this was actually put in as 1 million, just so you know, we're working with the budget and like at the bottom line is 12 million. So we're dedicating just $500,000 and 75,000 would just be mostly for construction costs and hiring also like a CM and inspector on the site.
Okay, thank you. And then quickly on the Fourth Avenue outfall, again, you know, I just tried to focus on things that sort of surprised me. On that one, I was just a little bit surprised that construction didn't start until 2030, 2031, I believe. And so the question is basically, it's always been described to me as like, it's sort of like an imminent safety issue. Like, can it wait that long? Maybe we have no option, but can it wait that long? Is there any kind of temporary fix that needs to happen?
You know what, I'll defer that to Ken because I think it's priority. We're dealing with prioritization.
Thanks for that question. First off, I'm trying to think of capacity to implement. I wish we can do all these things now. If we had more people, more resources, more funding, then yeah, we can work with making things sooner. But I recall from January's meeting, this became a number 2 priority to the council. So what we looked at is we're on the assumption other emergency repairs need to be done first. The emergency sand ramp, because of capacity and the erosional area, all that needs to be done to include the scenic pathway to help with that, needs to be done now. And by the capacity, this is what we need to do in the next couple of years, and then we could take that on. I have a good feeling that outfall can last. Myself, it's pretty solid. I think it could use a future repair, but based on everything else, we have a priority that's even more dangerous.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. That's very helpful. And then on the sand ramp, and I don't want this to be heresy, but the $2 million number surprised me too. And so my only question was, I guess, given what our goal is for the use of the sand ramp, like, is that our only option for achieving our goal there? You know, if this is going to be a recurring problem with storms, have you guys looked at other options for achieving our goals, or is the sand ramp basically the best option and this is just what it costs?
You mean for emergency access? Yeah, so we looked at several actually location, and some of the location are just not feasible in terms of just being able to drive like heavy equipments. Like, let's say you don't want the Del Mar parking to be used for that one. And the sand, when you put, you know, like load in there, it'll just sag. So those were not considered. The other consideration is so that the ramp is actually the 8.5 street, what we call the 8.5 street. The 8th street is actually next to it, next to that stair. So that's still under consideration. So those are the 2 locations now for consideration for the sand ramp.
I just want to also add, we're looking at the long-term of a product. I don't want to put something out there that in a few years gets washed up. We've already experienced that once before. So if we want to do it right. And so it's long-term usability for not only public walking down there, but for public safety as well.
No, it's great to hear that you guys clearly thought it through, which is fantastic. The last question is a small one, but one that's near and dear to my heart. We've got $450,000 for design and then $1.2 million for the Sunset Center retaining walls and fences and I guess sidewalk. So sidewalk is probably a decent chunk of that. But can you just describe to me kind of what your plan is for the fences? My deep hope is that we can come up with something better looking than the gnarly chain link that surrounds the Sunset Center on several sides.
I mean, I share your sentiment. I don't like chain link fences. But yes, we are going to be opening that up for options. I mean, if you guys want us to present to you different alternatives, we can. But basically for the retaining wall, it's kind of mimicking whatever natural stone is there right now, but making it structural, right? And then the sidewalks, what currently right now, as you see, it's AC, it's asphalt. So the other alternative is make that permeable paper. So it kind of matches, I don't know, the color scheme of the Sunset Center being one of the biggest asset of the city. So that's in consideration. Again, and we're doing all the, the parking lots too. Again, that's something that you if you want to decide to move forward with that or not. And I know you guys are talking about revenue, but those are the plans that are indicated in here, especially primarily it stemmed from the failing retaining wall, which is a safety issue.
Yeah, and a lot of those retaining walls, it's just like if you didn't have the fence, you'd walk clear off the retaining wall and you'd drop 10 or however many feet. So, with kids around there and stuff, I totally get it. And so I don't know what the requirements are. I'm sure there's height restrictions, there may be materials restrictions, but if there's a way if we're gonna pump $1.65 million into the project, if there's a way to come up with something that's more aesthetically pleasing, that would be fantastic. That was a question. Thank you.
Can we do that?
Can we do it?
Yes, sir. You're good? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you for all the work, Shari and Ken and Brandon. It's very, very helpful. Also, thank you, Brandon, Ken and Brandon. So I'm going to go back to something that Alessandra flagged at the beginning that I had also written down. So the proposal, and I assume that you're going to present this in the budget as well, is to create a new position, like a third project manager, and that person will have will be a manager of people in addition to a manager of projects.
That's
and
right.
That's going to come to us next month or
Yes, sir.
whenever it is that happens.
That's right.
So we've had difficulty hiring project managers. Are you sure that's a achievable goal?
I never can say I'm 100% sure. Hiring is difficult, but I will say that we talked a lot about this. Shari came from a larger institution. This structure, this CIP manager structure with two project managers, it makes the job, it makes the department more desirable for someone to come and work at because it's a more professional way to structure it rather than just sort of like scattershotting with two project managers. You're kind of going different directions. I feel confident we can fill it. We also have the ability. Ken and I have talked about this. We have the ability to, fill those project manager positions with contracted project managers until we get somebody in to be a permanent employee. The goal would be to get a permanent employee in there, but the structure is really what's important, having those three, effectively billets.
But you can't really hire a temporary employee, a contractor to do the boss job.
That's right.
Right, of the three.
That's right.
Right. And my understanding of why we have been sort of unable to hire someone is like salary, especially when it relates to housing costs. Housing costs in particular, I see Shari nodding her head here, so maybe she needs a raise. And I'm sort of questioning whether, if we're gonna create this new position, have you thought about how much it's gonna cost to fill that position? Is he gonna be making more than he or she, sorry, are they gonna be making more than you?
3 times more, yes.
To fill that job?
We
I
have
wanna make
thought
sure
about
that
that.
we have achievable goals.
Absolutely.
And not
goals
on paper that you're selling to us.
We're looking at the agencies that actually have this position because it is a manager position. Sometimes it even functions as like a deputy public works director type of position. That's not the vision here, but it does function as like a CIP manager or CIP director, so it'd be a step up from these ones.
Okay.
Yep, and it is shown on this. We've got 3 positions here. We factor that into that cost.
Yeah. So, I have some questions about the roads and the beach. I'm trying to make most of these things questions. So I struggled with if we can go back to the very beginning of this, I struggled with the roads. And so maybe that's not the drainage, maybe that's the roads. The second slide. Streets and sidewalks. So I'm looking at this other document that you were nice enough to provide us with, and this is the 5-year deferred maintenance document that we got maybe during the last hearing. And I'm trying to reconcile the numbers here that you have on the screen with this document. And I'm trying to figure out where we are. So, in this Are you familiar with this?
I've seen it, yes.
Okay, who produced this?
So that's a document that came out of conversations with Jamie and myself and Marissa, and also out of the Financial Stewardship Work Group.
Okay, so no one from Public Works saw this.
No, Ken was involved in that with us. He came to the meetings. Yeah, he
No,
gave us the numbers.
I've seen these numbers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so these numbers, there are two sets of numbers here. There are two 5-year sets of numbers, and the first one is bullet pointed deferred maintenance on streets in poor, very poor condition, EMS less than 55. And the second set of numbers from years 1 to 5 is maintain our current overall PCI of 70. And I'm trying to figure out, and it seems unlikely that you're gonna be able to work through this tonight, but I'm trying to figure out where these numbers are represented in these first 2 rows of numbers. Like, and to give you some background, I'm trying to figure out what we're gonna do to address the less than 55 streets, which I've complained about a lot. And I'm trying to figure out what these street projects in these first 2 rows here are. And part of my sort of, part of my confusion is that all of these things in this spreadsheet are labeled D, like deferred. And the things here, like I can't tell, like this was a deferred project list, but maintain our current overall PCI of 70, I'm not sure that these are really deferred items, are they? Like are these, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like I'm not sure that, and the year 1 is $486,769, very precise, by the way. And I'm trying to figure out whether that's really deferred maintenance or whether that's just like ongoing road repair. And I'm trying to figure out how to draw that line. And I'm trying to answer the question of whether this 5-year plan, especially, the thing we're gonna vote on, which is 2026-27, begins to address the PCI numbers that are less than 55, the PEMS numbers that are less than 55. And I can't figure that out. And I find this, and I can't, and it has something to do with the Ds and something to do with this is the way this is laid out. And I can't, I'm unable to do that.
Let us take that as a note, and we can, when we come back next time, we can break that out better in the.
Okay,
in the
so
CIP.
I would
understand what
ask-
you're asking, yeah.
So I would like for us, you and I, to have this conversation next week.
Okay.
So that it doesn't have to wait until whenever it is that
Sure.
next meeting is gonna be, so to make sure that by the time we get to the next meeting, the stuff is in order.
Got it.
And we don't just take another stab at it in order to, what I think is my satisfaction. And then and this is really important to me because I've talked about this a lot. And then to Bob's question, I sort of had the same question about how, I think, Bob, you were sort of asking Shari about how her sort of planning and construction process was sort of working on the streets. And I kind of had the same question, and I'm gonna tell you what my conclusion was, Shari, and you can tell me if this is right. I'm looking at the first line, which is 500,000, 1 million, $1.5 million. The first line that you have on the screen. Sorry, the first line under streets. It says street improvement design D, which we talked about, 500K, 1 million, $1.5 million. And it looks to me like that's sort of a conglomerate paving project or something like that. And you're doing $500,000 of planning and then $2.5 million of construction. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next line, so unfortunately, I think you've kind of confused things because there's this micro seal thing on the next line. And then at the right-hand side of the next line, it looks like you start the whole thing again. Is that another conglomerate paving project? Okay, so I think that the first thing needs to be separated out from the next 2 things to make that clearer. And I think that would have sort of answered Bob's question. But what I would say is it seems like these are 3-year projects. Like you do planning 1 year and then you do work 2 years. And then in the second year of work, you do planning and then you do more work, right? So you're missing a planning number in the 2030, 2031. So you have a first conglomerate paving project and then a second conglomerate paving project the first one is $3 million and the second one is $2.5 million. And then you're missing, in 2030, 2031, you need to have another $500,000 design bucket.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Okay, if I'm right, I think that number is missing.
Okay.
And this would all be done sort of in the context of like how it relates to, the thing, again, that I'm interested in is how this relates to how it relates to that sheet that Brandon has. Okay, so if we could clear that up next week, at least the first part of it, and then I would be appreciative. The traffic safety study that Alessandra was talking about, that Alessandra referred to, I'm sort of interested in, TAMSI's doing this Vision Zero work for the whole county, and we're included in that. And so I'm trying to figure out, like, I would be interested in, like, knowing, like, what that is, like, how this is gonna work. Like, it's not a lot of, it's not a big project. And I think TAMSI should be done, I think in the middle of next year. So I'm not sure that these dates need to be pushed out, so far, but I think we, I always talk about pedestrian safety. So I think that that's something we should just do if we have a plan. And then I have some questions and comments on the beach stuff. The sand ramp, sand ramp, $2.525 million. So I wanted to make sure, I wrote a note to myself, I want to make sure that I'm reading this sheet right. So the the total cost of the sand ramp project, and I think this is on the next, probably on the next page, maybe you could go there. Nope, next page. Nope, back. There it is at the top. So the total cost of the sand ramp project is $2.525 million, right? And we've allocated, didn't we have money in last year's budget, $275,000? Is this a new allocation of money or is this from last year?
It's a carryover.
Okay, so the total cost of the project, just so we're clear, is $2.525 million, right? I'm adding these three numbers up together. Right, 2.525, 275 plus 250
Yeah,
plus 2.
Again, it's an estimated cost.
So that's right? Yes. Okay. The second thing is eroded bluff emergency repair design and construction. So can you tell me, like, I walk, like, admittedly, I must be completely out of the loop. I walk on the scenic pathway every day, sometimes twice a day. And I don't know what exactly is the problem right now with the scenic pathway
Okay, so I think,
between 8th and 11th, right?
yes, so we did walk that, so the eroded bluff, that project really started from the storm in December. And so at 11th Street, it created the erosion on the bluff on
Okay.
that area. And so that needs to be repaired, and so that bolstered us to really go there and inspect. So we did go with Haruka Sunic and also Sherman from Neil Engineering. And what we determined is like a couple of things, right? There is some erosion happening when it becomes a low point. So that's what happened to that 11th Street. So
the water, I'm gonna interrupt you because I'm gonna rephrase what I think you're saying. So you're saying that the pathway does this and the water accumulates in the bottom of the pathway where the pathway isn't level anymore and then runs out and erodes the bluff. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's one. And then the other situation is that some of the storm drain inlets on the street are high. They're not at low points. So what happened is, like the alleys has water coming out, right? And on the street, the water jumps. So the water also jumps from the street into the pathway because the catch basins are not trapping all the water coming from the streets.
These are the pathways that come down the alleys or? Okay.
Some of the alleys in the street, so it creates runoff, right? And runoff, typically what you do is you concentrate it into the low point, which is the inlet or storm drain inlet. What's happening is those storm drain inlets currently are not really low enough to capture them, so it bypasses it. And so when it builds up on the curb, it also jumps. And so that exacerbates the amount of runoff that also goes to this pathway and then creates the low spots, and it creates gullies, and then now it creates these eroded bluffs.
Okay, so that was very helpful. So my suggestion, so now that I understand what this is, I have two comments. One is that I don't, and I'm gonna say this again in a minute, I don't understand how we can do how we can plan emergency repairs 5 years into the future. So there's a wording problem with this chart. Like I think of emergencies as something that staff is gonna do without public input. Like for me, an emergency is fixing a sinkhole or something like that. And these are not, like eroded bluff repairs are not like you can't predict an emergency that's 5 years out. So my suggestion now that I understand what this is that it gets moved to drainage. Like, because this is a drainage problem. This is not really a scenic pathway problem. If the problem is that the roads aren't draining, like it's a problem that manifests on the scenic pathway, but it's a problem with the drainage. And those are different. And so I think it should be put under there, and I think you should figure out, my preference would be that we just figure out what to do when we fix it. Because those are real live drainage problems, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but unlike like the Mission Street bypass or the Nibra bypass in our big drainage system, these are things that cause real problems, right? Like, because they're gonna erode the bluffs, and that's gonna be a huge disaster if that happens. So we should figure out, like, I'm wondering, like, I think this whole line item, if I'm right, I think this whole line item should get moved to drainage, and it should be prioritized over the other drainage things that we have. If that's if we're thinking about drainage in terms of the city, like, this is a real live drainage problem that has the potential to cause millions and millions and millions of dollars of damage, like during our next storm. And so I think we should, if we have like a giant storm. So I'm not satisfied that these things are 5 years out.
Okay.
So those are kind of comments.
Can I have
Yeah.
one clarifying? You're just talking about the eroded bluff.
I haven't moved to the next line yet. So I'm talking about the eroded bluff
Right,
emergency repair, design and construction.
Right. We still need to do work on scenic pathway, which should stay in this one as well.
Okay, so scenic pathway I'll get to in a second when I move down the lines.
I do just want to add that the reason why it's added is because now we're seeing the effects of climate change. And so, I mean, there is that runoff, but when we always hear it, the amount of rain that's coming is larger than the amount that the community has seen, and that's mostly a lot of the comments that I see. But this eroded pathway, it's not one spot. When we did it was several, and there's also one in Pescadero Creek that we're doing on 2nd Street, so that's included that. And I think the intent was, when these things are happening, we are scrambling to find funding right now. And since it's emergency, there is no monies for emergency funding or funding to fund projects like this.
So we have like $10 million in the bank that we could, I'm not suggesting that we will or will not allocate that money. But I think this conversation is sort of leading us to being able to make a more informed decision about whether that is drainage that needs to be prioritized over the other drainage. And I would look to you for guidance, but to me, like, this is sending up all my red flags. Over like the other drainage stuff that we have. And I don't really know how to, like, give you policy direction or make budget allocations without understanding like what you think about the implications of this drainage problem.
I mean, you're absolutely right that this stemmed from runoffs.
Yeah.
Which is drainage.
Yeah. And the plan, the drainage master plan that we did however many years ago, 5 years ago, that Bob Harari's been sort of plowing through, that was also a lot of that was about climate change too. So this should just fit in. I'm a little surprised, to be honest, I'm a little surprised that this is not in there, given what you have described to me, and I'd be curious to know why this drainage problem is not in that drainage plan. maybe it was just, it's easy to imagine it was just an oversight.
I think we
But-
honestly just identified it. And
Okay.
so, yeah. But
Okay,
we'll-
so let's
yeah.
work on that.
Yep.
On the Fourth Avenue outfall, I'll just say, I'm disappointed to see, I heard Ken's comments about pushing it off because of priorities. I'm disappointed, it felt like we were finally getting some momentum to fix this thing that nobody wants to look at. And I don't mean I don't want to look at the Fourth Street outfall. I mean, nobody, Fourth Avenue outfall, I mean, no one wants to like really address the problem. And it finally felt like we were sort of inching our way towards fixing it. And I'm a little disappointed to see that it's, been pushed back some more number of years. And then finally, on the scenic pathway emergency improvement design, like, I don't know what that is, which is okay. But again, a project that, like, emergency to me means you're gonna do something without public involvement. Like, your staff is gonna take it and just do something. And $2.1 million to make an improvement on, $2.1 million is a lot of money. Like, in addition to the $1.5 million for the drainage stuff, $2.1 million seems to me like a lot of money for me to just give you to go do whatever it is you're gonna do on the scenic pathway without like a review process from either the Forest and Beach Commission or the Planning Commission or both, or us or whatever. Like, that to me sounds like a project based on the scope of it, not an emergency improvement planning and monitoring. And we've sort of been down the road, we went down the road of sort of right when I started, or right when, at some point, like in 2019, we had a little it was when I was on the Forest and Beach Commission, so it would have been like 2016 or something like that. There was a program to improve the scenic pathway. There was a program that had like $50,000 and we were gonna do some like little trial things, and we never really got anywhere. And I think that the program just got wrapped up in the whole notion that, like what we're gonna see with like Mission Trail Nature Preserve, like there are a lot of people that are stakeholders. And so we can't do a $2.1 million program. We can't even do, like, I don't know what the $300,000, the first $300,000 is, but I would need to see some definition of like what it is we're doing for that to make it into the budget. Like, what is it? And what's the review process for that? And then finally, Hans was, and this is from Hans, and it was something I was thinking about with the sidewalks. Hans was talking about what the wall's gonna look like around Sunset Center. Like, and we have a body that does all that work. We have the Planning Commission. And so I would view our role as sort of saying, yeah, you can have $2 million to go do this, but all that stuff that I think that Hans is talking about needs to go, like, the Planning Commission is a review body for all that stuff.
Yeah,
And I think,
yeah, we intend to do that during
yeah,
permitting.
and I think that, I was a little alarmed, at the cost of all the sidewalk stuff too. And, just the sort of, we've done a lot of sidewalk work, and now we have another $1 million or whatever it is, of more sidewalk work to do. And I want to make sure, like, I'm tempted to tell you to bring that to the Planning Commission too, but I want to make sure that, part of the DNA of Carmel is that the sidewalks are different. Like, we don't have pavers everywhere. Like, some parts it's concrete, some parts it's asphalt, so all the pavers look different. And I would like to make sure, as long as we're putting this in the CIP, that when we do all this sidewalk work, if it's more than just grinding down the cement, that we maintain that look and feel, and we don't take up a paver sidewalk that looks like this and replace it with a flat asphalt sidewalk, because that's not what Carmel is. So if we take up a paver sidewalk, we should put down a flat paver sidewalk. And I don't know what the sidewalk work is, but let's maintain the sort of varied nature of the sort of sidewalks downtown.
right.
Let's not make it a much.
Questions?
Yeah, so, thanks.
All right, I'm gonna be brief so we can go to dinner. These numbers are shocking, some of them. I mean, we're talking $3.1 million to spend on scenic pathway, which just I've been going to the Forest and Beach Commission for 6 years, and that would have been, we wouldn't have been able to say it. And so before I sign off on that, I need to see more details, and I've been asking to do that. We're all busy, but I need to see what you're talking about, because none of those, the problems after 25 years of not doing any maintenance on the bluffs, nothing really happened like this until we did the 11th Avenue paving project and the drainage project. And my theory is we've just directed, sort of like at the Profeta's house on Torres, unintended consequences when you start putting berms and drainage. That's not a question, but I'm questioning the amounts here. 4th Avenue pathway, that hasn't even come up, $3 million. It's a lot. So I'm gonna need some more information on all that. The restroom project, I have questions about, because there was a firm bid, fixed price from a really high quality prevailing wage construction company to do the whole thing, including design, for $200,000. And now it's turned into a $600,000 restroom, which isn't gonna happen. We're not gonna spend $600,000. I don't think we could get 5 votes to do that $600,000 restroom, so, which is a shame. So I think we need to do some value engineering. But I'm gonna hold my other thoughts till after we get back from dinner and when we go into discussion. But thank you. I mean, it's not questioning your work at all. It's about time probably. We got some realistic numbers on some of these projects, so thank you very much. And we'll be gonna take a break till, how much time do you guys need? 20 minutes enough? No, we need to go to break. We need to take a break. We need to take a break. So 20 minutes, or you want more? I'm flexible. Give me a number. I don't know what it is. Okay, we're gonna be back at 7:25. Thank you, everybody.
I kept looking at you when I was dozing off. I was like, you're funny, man. That was funny.
Are we ready? All right, we're back in session. For those of you at home, we now have 2 people here in the audience.
The room.
Plus 2 public works. We lost all of our public works people except for the 2 most important ones tonight. All right, so we're going to get back with it. I was talking to Brandon at the break because this is all about giving direction to staff and Brandon in terms of getting ready for the next meeting. He's pretty happy with what we've done so far. If I could issue a challenge to the 5 of us to see if we can be very focused and maybe work for another hour. And I think we've decided, if it's okay with everybody, to push off the strategic council priorities.
I'm okay with that.
To a future meeting?
Yeah, I'm
That
okay
was
with
your
that.
idea. But,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So we don't have to do the second item, which is now the 4th item. And let's just try to stay focused so we can get out of here at 8:30. I'm also going to just suggest to do what I'm going to do, and I think you already will, is there are so many projects on here, and I think each of us have some expertise and understanding of different ones. If we could all do what we normally do, is just go off and have conversations with the key people on each of them. And that way, first of all, you're going to be giving them feedback while you're doing that. It's not public, but it will become public very quickly in your frequently asked questions,
Yeah.
correct?
While keeping your city administrator involved in those conversations, please.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Well, you're going to have to give us direction on how to do that
That's
before we
right.
leave.
Yep.
Okay, because I think it's important that we really get on the ground and see what these things look like, especially the ones that are $3 million. So I'm going to suggest that, so we come back with more information at the next meeting. All right, so we did a public comment already, right? So we didn't on the questions. Are we done with questions even?
No,
Jeff, you're not done with questions.
I think you ended.
I'm just giving you a
questions,
strategy for
but
the
you need
rest
to
of the
do
meeting.
public comment now.
Let's finish the questions. I think, Jeff, you were still going? Not, okay. I'm good. Let's do public comment. That's the general strategy for tonight, but if it goes longer, it goes longer. And thank you for staying, Nancy. We need the microphone on.
Dan, can you turn on the podium microphone, please?
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. I'm here. Hello. Are we on?
Not yet.
Okay. I think I'm beginning to be on.
There we
Yes,
go.
I'm on now. Yes. Thank you very much. Great information. To me, macro level, I won't go deep into anything. Might choose to send in email comments as a follow-up. And I suppose that goes to Brandon and to Ken. So my high-level comment is this wonderful work in this list format, to me, is screaming for prioritization. Because all of this cannot, even in the desired, aggressive, we all want everything done yesterday. I get it. Count me on that list. But it's got to be prioritized so that work can make progress as incremental staff or approaches can therefore become more efficient and executable. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Lance? Nope. Thank you for being here also. All right, going to bring it back. Nobody's online except for Scott. He doesn't have his hand up. Scott, you've got a minute here to put your hand up if you want to say something. All right, I'll keep my eye out for you. All right. Oh, he did.
There you go.
There we go. Go ahead, Scott. Thank you. Unmute yourself.
Scott,
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to give a real quick thank you for the discussion and appreciate the transparency. And I know there's going to be some challenges with prioritization, as Nancy just mentioned, but I think this is going in a good direction for dealing with the situation. Thank you.
Do you have anything to say about the Mission Trails situation?
Well, the keeping Sarah Trail from being undermined is important. That's what's on the list. And but there's a lot of other stuff important for the city, so I don't know where that lands.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, bring it back. Who wants to start the discussion?
If I may, I have one comment. I made most of my comments last time. On the $4 million, on the $4 million Mission Trail plan, I think, Brandon, you might remember this, but we had a long discussion about, last year at this time, doing work to facilitate the garnering of grants, which is what happened with the first three of the 8 stream stability studies, excuse me, in Mission Trail. And I suspect that this $4 million is a placeholder for some estimation of the cost of the next phases. And we had a discussion last year about doing the preliminary permit gathering work and design work and all that, which would then put us in the position of being able to get that grant. And so I really suspect that the $4 million is really money that we hope to get back from an agency as the grant. So I don't think, my impression is that that $4 million is not intended to come out of the city's budget, but some other agency's budget. Like we do the upfront work and then the whatever it's gonna cost is coming from someone else. So I'm pretty sure that that's 65% sure that that's what the,
We'll look into that.
that's what
Thank
the
you.
placeholder
Yeah.
is. The only thing that I would say to sort of start the conversation is, again, I would really like to understand the roads, and I would really like to see us make some progress on the really terrible roads. Like we put them off and we put them off, and they deteriorate, and nobody likes it, especially the people who live behind them. And I think we have some sort of a duty to get that on the list. That would be more important to me, for example, than the Sunset Center retaining wall. Thanks.
Let's jump over to you, Hans. I'm sure you have something to say about roads.
Well, Nova, no, I'm sorry, Marissa, did Nova, I put in a couple slides. Okay, awesome. Well, first of all, again, just thank you to Cherie and Ken and the team and we've seen in the past, so thank you. And then I guess, Marissa, if you could bring up that slide. So I wanted to see if I could sort of boost the signal to noise ratio here. We've been underinvesting in our infrastructure for decades, and the bill is finally coming due. We have, as we've seen, $100 million in deferred maintenance. So, we think we need to be spending $10 million a year on CapEx to address that. So for me, to step back, like that is the central fact of our financial situation. And if you look at the policy that we had, which was a 90-10 split, that basically says, hey, we've got $3.5 to $4 million a year, but we need 10. So again, that is the ball game. That's like a $6.5 million gap. It's not a traditional budget deficit in terms of operating expenses outstripping revenue, but it's still a budget gap. And so, the past 2 years we've been covering that gap with savings, which is obviously not sustainable. All right, here we go. If there's a way to just blow that up just a touch. Thank you. But at the same time, I also don't want to overstate it. I think we've heard, some columns talking about this in kind of apocalyptic terms, and, the fact is the city's not gonna go bankrupt. That's just not the case. Like, the situation is serious, and so we do need to take action, but it's totally manageable. In fact, that's what Bob and I have been working on with the staff for the past year or so. And so I wanted to start off by looking at this slide. I was trying to simplify it again. And so, the question I think before us, if you step way back from, we've got a budget meeting tonight, we've got two meetings in beginning of April, and then we have a budget sort of meeting when we actually get the budget presented to us in May. And if we step way back, I think the key question for us is, how do we deal with this deferred maintenance challenge that we've identified and quantified? And so what I tried to do was just a sample path. There's a lot of different ways that you could tackle this problem, but I just wanted to show a sample path here. And so if you look at this, our baseline capital improvement project spending based on 10% of projected revenue for next year would come out to $3.86 million. We're going to be talking in a few minutes about, the FSW is proposing, we want to at least take your temperature on moving to an 85-15 split, where 85% of our revenue would go to operating expenses, 15% to CapEx. If you did that, that would be another $1.93 million, almost $2 million. We voted 4-1 to bring back language for a potential TOT increase. Based on the latest numbers in the projection here, that would be, again, about $2 million. And then, as we've seen, and it was baked into the operating budget that you saw earlier, we have what I'm calling sort of windfall ambulance revenue. The staff did a great job. Brandon and others identified this opportunity to wring some additional revenue out of our operations and to say, hey, we're going to get $2,000 a trip when we're sending the ambulance out of our community. So that's like found money, right? That's another $700,000. And so if you add all this up, we're at like almost $8.5 million right there. And so, I just think it's a serious issue. Obviously, this assumes a tax increase, it assumes some level of budget cut, essentially, or reallocation is a better way to put it, from operating expenses to capital improvement projects. But it's definitely within our grasp. I mean, we have any number of options. We need basically one more revenue source to raise about $1.5 million a year, and then we would kind of be there. And so, there's going to be a presentation of a full menu of revenue options in April, just in a couple weeks. And so there's a lot of different permutations here about how you could make this work, but I just wanted to kind of frame the discussion. Like, if you step way back, I think this is the issue that we're trying to tackle, and this is just one sample way to get there. I think what our task here is to try to figure out which pathway we want to take, but it is, there is a way to get there. So if we move to the next slide. If there's a way can you zoom in just a little bit? Looks like at the top there's a plus sign next to go to the 2 at the top. Nope. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so I think that there were every year we get the same dripping red operating budget projection. Like, every year it's kind of the same exercise, and everybody freaks out. And I think the thing in past years, what we were seeing was we were being way too conservative in how we were budgeting, right? And so we would have overinflated expenses, and we would be sandbagging on what we thought revenues were going to be. And so that led to the red ink. Now we have actually, I think we fixed that problem. We have more accurate budgeting. I think now the problem is this deferred maintenance, right? We've said, hey, we're going to be spending $10 million a year on CapEx. And that's where the issue is here. But again, the operating budget that Jamie presented, and she has to do this. She has to present something based on the current situation, not a projection. So it's understandable. But it didn't include a few things. It didn't include the direction we've been heading in on TOT. It didn't include the direction that we could consider on reallocating to an 85-15 policy. And then again, I just wanted to throw in there, a potential additional revenue source. And so if you add those things to this presentation, and then if I just hard-coded $10 million a year for CapEx spending, you'll see that like the budget balances, right? Like this is sort of the 5-year look at what we were looking at before. The red ink is gone, it balances. And it's not, look, it sounds like, I think Dale's gonna come up with some what-if scenarios later where, the economy can tank. And yeah, all those things can happen. But like we have to start with a base case scenario. And so this is, I think, a realistic base case scenario where there's some shared pain, if you will, where we can make it happen. And the other thing, lastly, what I wanted to show on this slide was the kind of balance sheet side of the equation. So at the bottom, where you have unassigned and CIP fund balances, it's just not intelligible language, but really what it's trying to say is, unassigned fund balance is just past budget surpluses, essentially, that we've stashed away. And then the CIP fund balance is money that we appropriated for CIP projects in the past that we never spent. So it's money that we can actually spend. And I added a line here, which is this rainy day fund. It's basically our operating expense reserve, which we have set at a extremely healthy 50% of revenue. And we got a lot of pushback saying that's way too high. But just note, not only do we have the money that we're able to spend that's just, unassigned fund balance and money we already said we were gonna spend on CIP that we haven't spent. That's that line that's about, $20 million and winds up around 18. On top of that, we also have the reserve, which is extremely healthy at 50%. And as you can see in this scenario, it grows into the mid 50s. So just like stepping way back, like it's not a problem that we can't get our arms around. It is serious. And I think that what we need to do in this discussion over the next several meetings with the budget is to come up with what are the pathways, what's the pathway we want to take? What's the permutation of these different options that'll get us to, kind of the bottom line scenario here that we're looking at. So, and I'm not committed to this particular one, but I just wanted to show this as a sample to show that we're, within spitting distance. And just the last couple comments, since I think we've somehow wrapped two items here together, the operating budget and the CIP. If I move on to the CIP comments, I like that 80% of the CIP projects go directly to our deferred maintenance. I think that tracking that was a good idea. With the Ds, for example, I still would love to see like a document that has like a clearer reconciliation of our progress against the deferred maintenance, especially over time. And then just kind of a tighter integration between the two documents, which is something that I think would be helpful. And then to go back to my comments earlier, and it sounds like Jeff is in line with this, I think we just need a clear strategy on roads. So I'm concerned that we're kind of sleepwalking on roads. It's 25% of our deferred maintenance total. The proposal that I had come up with was to say, hey, we're gonna have no road below a 50, within 5 years, and an average PCI of 80 within 5 years, and then best practice preventative maintenance in terms of the interval on, you know, every 5 to 7 years, for example. And what I've been trying to get to is a menu of options, like maybe 3 scenarios, so that we can gauge, hey, it would cost this much to get to this quality of road maintenance, and it would cost this much to do what we're doing now. And we also have the ability, as you saw in those graphs before, to see accumulating deferred maintenance. And so what we really want is to be able to put together those scenarios. The consultant that gave the presentation to us, a few months back, they are not able to do it unless we actually engage them, and it would cost us some money. And so we haven't been able to put that together, like, to inform this budget process. I think it was gonna cost like $15,000 or something. So, the challenge is right now, everything in Street Saver is based on data from 2022, when they actually go around and they look at all the streets and get the PCI score, and then they project into the future. So everything we look at now as a current PCI score in Street Saver is like a projection based on assumed deterioration from 2022. So this next year, in 2026, they are supposed to be coming and doing an update of a manual inspection of the roads. And so the question was, should we wait until that's been done? Because as part of that, included in that cost would be them running these kinds of scenarios. So we were trying to put together in FSW kind of a hack together, staff created menu of options on roads and pricing. And, we just didn't quite get there, but we'll see what we can do. It'd be great to put together something so we could actually, I completely agree with you, Jeff. Like, I think we've spent the time talking about this. Let's put a stake in the ground and say, hey, this is the direction we want to go on roads, and here are sort of the decision rules about, which roads will be dealt with when, and how much money we want to spend on it. So, and then, of course, there's this 85-15 discussion, which sounds like maybe we're going to have after our comments.
I mean, you're looking at me, you can throw that out there whenever you want. I mean, that's one of the directions I'd like to leave with here tonight is the council, it came up, is that something council wants us to do in preparing the draft budget when we come back in May? Do you want to see both our current policy of 90-10 and then some other variation, 85-15 is the number that's out there right now? I would like that direction.
So our suggestion, I don't want to speak for Bob, but feel free to jump in here. Our suggestion was to have the staff put together a budget at 90-10, which is the current policy, and then also a budget at 85-15, so that we could see, hey, what did a given department cut? What did we lose to get to that 85-15? And is that a service reduction or an efficiency or whatever you want to call it that we are comfortable, with as part of a solution? So we just thought that would be a useful exercise.
I guess that tees me up. Thank you, Hans. So I'll just take the documents as they came at us. First off, the 5-year forecast, this document in front of us, again, it's very helpful. Jamie set it up right. This is a tool, and that's all I look at it as. As Hans just showed, that you can change assumptions and have significant changes in how much red or not red results. And I mentioned before the 1% change in the returns at CalPERS throws the whole thing into considerable disarray, and then it's a distinct possibility that it could go up or down. And that could be a significant number. I don't have a need to model that. I know that that's real, and I think a lot of our other assumptions you can debate and model, and I know we'll have different results, but I like the rigor of the tool and I appreciate it. The 5-year CIP, as I said before, I'm quite happy with it in that it really is a useful planning document. You know, whether it's the right content or not is for ongoing discussion. Having heard all my colleagues go through it, I think the summary of what I heard is as we get beyond the current year, there seem to be some big numbers. And those are questioned. Why are they so big is part of it. So I'll just put that out there as that's a challenge, is to help us understand why they are so big. They are out there in the future. And to some extent, even if they're not accurate, even on the specific line item, the fact that we are at least putting placeholders of significance into future years for each of these things, you know, especially for me, you know, the beach, because I think we've ignored it for a long time, that we've got some big numbers out there that are in a plan, in a 5-year plan, not that it wouldn't change or that won't change. So I think that's helpful because it just allows us to at least say, yeah, it's kind of on the table for a couple years out to have some of those things. But mostly, Hans said, you know, stake in the ground. And that's really what next year's CIP is. We're putting stakes in the ground. Some of them get completed immediately, and you know, and others, as we said before, they have a tail. I need time with the CIP. This is the beginning of a budget, not the end. But as I look at it, we talked about the Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and I supported that last year for the reasons Jeff is saying, that group is a really good partner, and they have a track record of getting grants. But I was just talking to these guys that what I'm hearing is some people that are experts in drainage in parks, especially with Ken's background, is, you know, the brain damage of relocating or really rerouting a stream can be significant. And a lot of that is regulatory that can come with it. So I'm cautious on that one to get started if the result is something that's really expensive, just because it is not, to me, as high a priority as a lot of other things that I think are more important. But when I look at everything else in the current plan, in the 1-year plan, in general, I understand what is planned for this year, and I understand the tail, and the tail doesn't scare me away from doing the work. I agree with what Jeff and Hans said about paving. I think we just need to connect the dots to what we're spending to what we're getting in terms of PCI score, because I think there's some seriousness about that. In terms of levers that you offered us, Hans, great, thank you for that presentation. It's optimistic, I agree. I just think getting started with the 90-10 was a big deal. It just got us some better structure and got us talking more about capital. And once we started talking more about capital, we really started talking more about deferred maintenance. So on the levers, the first one is what you call service level. I'm going to take the opportunity to talk about service level, because I think when you use that term, you're really saying things that we do that are in the operations budget, and the service level is basically, do we do more of them or less of them? Because if you do more, you probably need more money, and if you do less, you need less. Or if you need more, you need more people, and you do less, you need less people. And I get that, but, and this is building off of what Jim Beck was saying, to me, service levels also imply that there's a level of service, that there's a level of quality of service, that our citizens get a response to their questions within a specific amount of time. That staff doesn't go dark on them for days, weeks, even months, which happens today. And so, any conversation going forward, and Brandon, I know you are working on this because I know it's part of you. We have to keep that, and it's not really a budget conversation, but it's a management conversation. And it's not one we can force, but we can encourage. And I just think we have a long way to go in terms of figuring out what our service levels are. I think if you don't measure them, I think it was basically what Kelly said, you can't change something if you don't measure it first, right? And you got to make it predictable. And by making it predictable, you can make it repeatable. And I think we got to get there on a lot of fronts. And only by measuring not just how many tree permits we do a year, it's how long does it take to do one? And some of those other metrics, so it's just better planning. So I'll leave it there. One thing we haven't talked about, Nancy brought it up, is the 115 trust. That's $1 million a year. It's not an expense, but it's money we can't spend. So it's money that goes into reserves. I'll disagree with Nancy. I don't think we need to be continuing to put $1 million a year away, but some of you may, because it's a ticking time bomb that may explode and it may not. And just how much do we reserve? Right now, I think I would rather start saving less for that unknown and taking more of that money and spending it on known needs. And I mean, I would propose just, I think the previous council said, let's put it away, $1 million away for 5 years. We've done that. This group honored that decision. I'd be okay putting no more in there. That's probably maybe less than, that's maybe going further than some of you would like to do. But I'm comfortable going there. Why am I comfortable going there? Because we've got the 5 million in there, but it's also what Hans just said. We have set a policy of essentially untouchable reserves at 50% of revenue. That's $15 million. We got an earful when we did that the norm in most cities is 30%. And I don't think we should ever go to 30%. I think we should stay at 50%. But a big reason that I'm a proponent of 50% is that ticking time bomb of the pension liability. So, so if you looked at Hans's projection, that could be another $1 million a year. I think he only included it for 1 more year, but that could even be $1 million next year, depending on where you'd like to go. Because I think our reserve policy is really pretty robust. But then you do have to, you really have to make sure you stick to Ed. I'm quite pleased where we've come. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this. It's the first time through for you guys. I know we'll get better even over the next month. But I think we've got a really good start here, and I look forward to continuing the next couple of months and getting to a good budget. Thanks.
Great comments and great work, Hans. That was excellent. It's nice to sort of jump ahead and see what the next step will look like, and that's what you did. And it's important. Very good. Great comments, Bob. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Just once again, I want to thank everyone for the tremendous amount of work they've put together in the presentations and just ongoing with these issues. So thank you, everyone. Once again, this always just seems to fall on capacity, so I think there's a lot to think about. I definitely agree that with Nancy about some prioritization, because it does feel like it's just too much, and yet all the projects that we've just gone over are all very important. Many of them have been put off as deferred maintenance, and we really do need to get to them. I agree with Bob, for example, the beach is a perfect example. It's been neglected for quite some time, and we've got a lot to focus on to fix things up over there. I do share Bob's concerns, though, with the Mission Trail Nature Preserve and starting that project. I am supportive of the idea of trying the 85-15 and actually seeing that budget and then being able to compare the next time we have a meeting on this and seeing how much the CIP would be. And is Nova gone? I was going to just ask if we could put Hans's, one of the charts up. I was just going to ask something about it. Basically, if we could be a little bit less ambitious with this CIP, wait till it goes up.
There it is.
So the amount that we don't know yet, the TBD additional revenue service, if we could figure out some calculations, if we subtracted that amount from assuming a 10 million capital expenditure and see how we could get by on that. So maybe the CIP would be something around 8.5 million rather than the 10, to just kind of get a feel for how that would lead us. But I do support trying out, at least comparing the 85-15 budget. I certainly also hear what Jim Beck said and appreciate his comments. And once again, looking at potentially if there are, staff reductions on that, and just to see how that would look. I like this idea of with the additional, if we did the 85-15, as we saw with Hans's chart, that could bring in potentially 2 million, and then with the TOT, assuming if that's approved by the voters, approximately 2 million, and then of course the ambulance money. So even if we're left with the 8.5 million for CIP, that's still a lot, and that still would get us quite a bit done. So maybe if we just cut it back a bit from the 10 million. So I think, as Bob said also, that we're at the start of this, and so let's see more numbers, see how this works, see what the public thinks, see what the rest of us on council think. But I'm just so grateful that we are having these discussions and the work that the Finance Committee has done and the ongoing work on that, because it's just so much further and so much deeper than anything that we've done previously on the council. So I think that this is all very positive and definitely heading in the right direction, especially for our future. So it's just, let's take it to the next step and discuss it then.
All right.
Thank you. I have a few more specific comments and then some, I'll start with the 85-15. So, guys done over there? Excellent. And I have to separate the two of you.
We can do that.
On the.
I used to shout you. Next month I'm rearranging the seats again, so it won't happen next month.
Maybe you just, whatever. 85-15, I'm a little skeptical, mostly because of the amount of work involved with having staff put together two budgets. And so as an interim, perhaps we could agree that, since we're talking about the revenue, since we're basically talking about a 5%, 5%, $1.5 million, $1.8 million, whatever, cut in revenue, perhaps for the meeting in a couple of weeks, staff could bring back one page, 2-column chart, which is, budget category, approximate amount of, how much money is in each bucket for the items on the left, and where you would propose that we cut $1.8 million out of. So rather than having you put together a full-blown budget package for two things, maybe we could take the intermediate step of seeing if that's even realistic. If the council can agree on where those 5%, the council and the public, I would add, can agree on where those 5% or where that 5% is going to come from. And I realize that that's a significant amount of thinking effort to put that together, because there are a lot of sacred cows here. But maybe that's a good first step rather than just going the full-blown bore of putting together two books, and we can kind of see whether we really want to go down that road or not. The $1 million, I'm completely with Bob. I thought thinking back 5 years ago, I would have preferred that we had given it the money to CalPERS and just paid the money down and not kept it. I didn't win that battle, but that's okay. We have this $5 million. I'm fine with where it is. And I would point out that the housing element we have in place now, I believe, Brendan, requires us to establish a housing trust with $1 million in it. So I assume that that's going to be part of the budget, since our general plan requires us to do that. So maybe that's where that $1 million goes to. A couple more just comments that have sort of been brought up. I'm looking at the facilities page on this 5-year plan, and I noticed that the Piccadilly restroom, which Alessandra spoke about. I'm thinking about the $1 million bathroom we have on Scenic, which was 10 years ago. I fully believe it's going to cost $750,000. Like, I don't have any illusions that it's going to be a $100,000 or $200,000 project. But I don't know why we just don't get started with it. It's clear, it seems clear that we have at least a weekend need. We should make a determination that if this is a project that we're gonna do, to me, it's a 2-year project and it's more important than, the City Hall shingles could be put off a year, the Vista Lobos EV panel could be put off a year. I would rather see, something to make the town a little better. Like this budget that we have here, fixes a lot of infrastructure things, and there's not a lot that makes the town like markedly better. Like when I think about fixing things that you can see versus things that you can't see. And that bathroom maybe is a symbol that, yeah, we're making the town a little better. And I would kind of like to see us move forward with that sooner rather than later, since that's a project that will take a couple of years to go through review and everything. And then the fire system alert system upgrade, it shows on this page. I don't have any idea what that is. Fire station alert system upgrade, $200,000. I don't really know what that is. You should, we need to kind of deal with that. And then Alessandra and I were talking really briefly over the break. $5 million is too much money for the PD for 2 reasons. One, I don't remember, Alessandra thinks, and I kind of remember that the highest number we got for architectural services was $4 million.
There's an $8 million one, and there's a few.
Okay, well, this council's never gonna vote to spend $8 million on a $30 million project, so.
Just being realistic, that's just gonna be an expense.
Oh, sure, I agree with that, but I don't think, hopefully it's not gonna cost $5 million, and I think we should try to be a little bit realistic. This budget, we talked about being realistic, and I don't think $5 million is the right number. To be, if we're trying to be conservative, that's one thing, but we've talked a lot about being realistic. And I don't think $5 million is realistic. And I know we have a meeting later in the week, and maybe we can come back, maybe Alessandra and I can come back to you well, you'll be there, so maybe you can we'll all do it together. So we can come back with a better number. And then I'm not sure that the $5 million is all gonna be spent this year. So, if we enter into a contract, to pull a random number out, $4 million, and half of it's this fiscal year and half of it's next fiscal year, I'm not sure that the number in this budget should be $5 million. Like, I don't know what the accounting answer to that question is. But I'm not sure that this year's budget should take a $5 million hit. If the expense is spread out over a couple of years, especially the way we start projects. Yeah. I'm good, thanks.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and put up that slide. I think it's a good overlay on top of what Hans did. If you combine the two, start with the doc file, and then you could put up the forecast, the one that says forecast. This is also a good example of how to increase staff productivity. That's not the one. It was the doc file. I'm gonna look at this, but. No, it was a doc file. Yeah, I sent it to Nova. I just think it's more pertinent to what Hans was doing. And that's that one. Slide it up if you can, or scroll down. So when I looked at the numbers and Jamie had in there intentionally, we're not including this, or this. And it's sort of an optimistic view of things for sure. And this, and I'm not saying these are good realistic assumptions, but they're assumptions. It just shows you what happens. And Bob touched on this with the CalPERS. Like that can go up $10 million overnight, or at least in 2-3 months if something bad happens. So we forecast over the 5 years, 28.8 million. But if you would assume, and this could be off, I mean, I did this took like 2 minutes with Claude. This is an example of what you can do with Claude. So if you take these assumptions, and we found out that the cost escalation for CIP is actually about 8%, 6 to 10%, correct? Cherie? Your 6 to 10% was like average at 8 for the cost escalation on CIP projects? Okay, so these are not unrealistic things. The number goes from 28.8 million up to 60 million. So these numbers get big fast. And we found out today that the police department could go from, somehow we came up with 38 million, and the people on the project don't know how we got that. I'm not on the project. But we heard today that it could go to 60, right? Things are just gotten, well, that's what he said earlier. Things are getting really expensive. And we also assume that there's no cost of living adjustment. We redo our labor contracts every 2 years. So there will be cost escalations. So maybe it's between 28.8 million and 50 or 40 to 50 million. But these numbers can go big, fast. And I'm just a little cautious of that when we start talking about these things. So go ahead and go to the forecasting. I think it's important that we have a tool, and this was done in 2 minutes. I just said, make a dashboard using the staff reports, fed it in, and it made this with 5 tabs on it. Go to the forecast one. This is just an overview of budgets. Go to the what if scenarios. So click on the what if scenarios. No, go to that one you were on, forecast. Go to the next one. Yeah, and then do the what if scenario tab down below. It's like the 4th tab over. Go down. No, I don't want you to go to the tabs on the top. Go one more over, one more over. And then go down to where it says what if scenarios. Up, up, up. Go up. Okay, go, yeah, next one. Yeah, so this tool, and you have this tool. So, and we can add more tabs, and if you want new features, you just say add a new feature. But you can see here that we can start playing some what-if games with some of these things. And laying in your things, that would be great, Hans. We could lay in those so that we can start saying we have new revenue sources. And I don't want to talk about revenue sources tonight. But if we have this tool, we can sit in these meetings and really come up with something that we might like. And so I'm just putting it out there. And Brandon has this tool, and he knows how to change it at this point. It's pretty easy to do. It also, separate subject, it also shows you, as we get more AI integration, and Brandon's working on this, there are some things that we can do to increase the productivity of our staff so that, I mean, I'm not saying I want to cut 15% off, or 5% off, but you can do some of what Hans was saying without losing capacity if you do this. All right, so now I'll get back into some other more serious things. The Piccadilly restroom, we just need value engineering. I'm happy to go look at it with you. The plans already exist. I mean, there's some things that we can do to make that project faster. And I'm happy to tell you what they are, because I don't think it's a $750,000. But if council wants to spend $750,000 on that restroom, so be it. I think I agree with Hans about the road projects and Jeff. I think that, personally, I think we should spend the $15,000 because they're gonna be doing that survey. We're gonna have really good data for everything in the city. And I think that modeling, I know that Hans can figure this out, we could do some modeling with that could really optimize, and there's like 10x savings if we put the right money into it over the next 10 years, 20 years. So I'm all for spending some money to make sure that we have a good model for our roads. And roads are visible, to play to your point, Jeff. I mean, a lot of these things aren't gonna be that visible, especially the design side of it. So I think the more funds we could move over to roads and do it intelligently, so we're making long-term decisions, I think that's great. Police station project. If we're gonna spend $50–60 million on a police station, we need to listen to what the woman, I don't know her name, but the woman that came in here, we need to think about this more holistically. Like, we should move this building up there with parking for all employees. We solved the problem. Everybody's in one place, especially if you're gonna make cuts, Hans. I mean, it's much more efficient to have everybody working in the same place than to have to go between two buildings. This building, I don't know how much it needs. I didn't really see the whole thing, but it probably needs a couple $1 million at least to make it livable. I mean, it's not a particularly safe building for employees to work in. And it's sort of like the police department and the public works building. It's like people are crammed together and the HVAC isn't very good and so on. But if we're gonna spend that kind of money, we really need to have a discussion about making the whole process more efficient and holistic, and we haven't done that. I don't feel comfortable with it. Sunset Center, right now, which isn't a popular thing to say, but right now we are committed to do 149 affordable units on those parking lots. And I don't feel comfortable spending any money until we know that we don't need to do that. Because those projects, I mean, I spent a lot of time on this last year. Those projects aren't like, none of that stuff is it's not gonna fail. People are gonna fall down and get hurt. It's just sort of ugly, but there are a lot of ugly things in this town that we could fix. So I don't feel comfortable spending any money on the Sunset Center property till we have a really solid idea about what's going on with the housing element. Because we're gonna pay parking lots that are gonna be demoed. I also didn't see anything on here. I know parking isn't a popular subject with the council, but we just got a letter today from one of the hotels in town where people came, they couldn't find a place to park. They walked into the hotel and said, I want my money back. They gave them their money back. It was a 2-day stay. They left. They drove all the way here from Connecticut to come here, and they left without doing anything. And the letter was not kind. It said, you should take care of people coming here and have some parking, and that's not good. And that's happening every day, whether we like it or not. So there's nothing in here saying we're going to improve our parking situation, and that's, I don't know, that's just questionable. We need to understand what $4 million is going to do on the 4th Avenue pathway, and I'll find out. I think the Mission Trail, I agree with everything that was said here. We really need to understand that too. And that sounds like it could be even more if you get into it. It's not easy to move a river. Sand ramp. I don't know, I spent a lot of time on scenic pathway. It's not easy. That is just not an easy project. And we could do, even if we spend $3 million, it could still have a huge storm come in and knock the whole thing out. And just like with some of the other things I mentioned, I think we need to take a holistic look at all of that. And I will. Children's library, I didn't even know that was a problem. Is it?
That was on this past.
I know, but I've never seen what the problem is.
I'm just going with direction.
I understand, but it's a $750,000 project now that you spec'd it out, and thank you for doing that. So that's my comments. Oh, one other thing. We're not going to talk about revenue sources tonight, but this last week, I had to get involved with all the Esperanza projects because they were all stalled, and that was causing a problem with the pit and so on, and we at least are making some baby steps to get that moving. But just to put this out there, those 3 projects, from what I'm seeing, are about $80 million in projects. I mean, it's on the scale of city projects. And that's going to increase property taxes. There's retail space involved. That's going to increase sales taxes. It's going to create housing opportunities for people and so on. So part of improving customer service is getting those kinds of projects done faster, getting them through the system, because the sooner we do, the more we get out of all the ancillary revenues that are coming in from those. So it's not just increasing productivity so people get their answers fast. There's real money involved in making sure those projects happen. All right, that's all I have. Brandon, you want to close this out?
So the one sort of hanger-on question for me, I think we got really good direction on sort of the projects and where we need to come back with some more detail. The one thing I want to just kind of go around the room on is the 85-15, 90-10 thing. So we started off with a proposal by a couple council members, let's do the 85-15 and the 90-10. And then it turned into a conversation about possibly let's do a modified version of 85-15. And it's more of a list of the areas and the costs and where staff thinks that we could make some changes. And I saw a couple heads going up and down, but I just want to get the council's consensus direction on what we should do when we come back with the budget.
I didn't weigh in on it. I'm absolutely supportive of exploring 5% more reduction in operating costs because I want to see what it looks like. And I don't know that what Jeff asked for versus what Hans asked for is all that different. I mean, it starts with a list from day one, what I'd asked Chip and now you to do was, I just want to know that you've challenged your department heads to do better. And that they take on the responsibility.
Did I beat you guys up in the room downstairs?
No, like I said, I'm happy because I think it's happening. Yeah. So let's just see what the outcome was. Maybe we talk about it tomorrow or the next time we're in our financial stewardship group, can kick it around and bring something back for city council. But I don't know that it has to be a ton of work.
Yeah, I would just say, I don't know what was in your mind's eye, but in my mind's eye was never like that you would create like a full budget book for each of these. Mm-hmm. I guess the challenge is you're going to come back, I guess thinking it through, you're going to come back in May, and usually what you do is you present a budget book, right? And so that does feel like excessively burdensome, like all the pros. What I really care about is, I think what Jeff was saying, which is basically like, show me the numbers, show me a spreadsheet, show me, in the 85-15 scenario in Public Works, here are the ways that you would, make those reductions. Like what if, I think that you can do all that without the full production. I agree. I'm trying to think about how you would deal with that, because technically, usually what you do is you do come back with a full-on budget book with all the pros, and
let us wrestle with how to do it. I mostly want to hear from you all it sounds like at least that's 3 that want to see something like that.
Yeah,
so for me, that's direction.
I'm for maximum like analytical value for us without duplication of effort for you.
Right.
I support what Hans and Bob just said.
Okay. I mean, basically what we're saying is we want to know that you're operating as efficiently as you can. I don't particularly like the idea of putting a hammer on your head and say, cut 5%.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some what ifing about what it could look like, but I don't like the idea of cutting another 5% right away.
Okay.
We already did the 90%.
I understand. I got the direction, and we've talked about it downstairs. I think that being a good city manager means understanding where those potential areas are, and maybe not even for this budget situation, but if God forbid we have another pandemic or some other disaster happens, like I should be prepared for quick answers. So it's useful for me too as the leader here. So I got that direction. Thank you.
What else?
I'm good.
Anything else?
No, I got everything I needed. Ken, Shar, you feel good about what we got to go and do like a refresh now on the CIP? I think we know where the questions are that we need answered. Jamie, I'm just going to look at everybody. You feel like we got good direction. Marissa? Okay. You're good? Okay.
And now if we could, before we leave, could you give us direction on what we can and can't do without coming to you in terms of going out in the field and looking
Yeah,
at things?
please don't invite our staff to go walk around in a project without involving me in that conversation. That would be, it would be a little bit inappropriate for a council member to be taking a staff member out and talking about a project and saying what they do and don't want. Like, involve me and I'll help you navigate that conversation at the level you want to.
I've been very good at not doing that, but
I appreciate
I'm
you
going to
continuing
do
to be
it.
very
I'm
good
going
at
to do
that.
it. So
Yes.
short email saying I'd like to do this is enough?
You can text me, call me, walk into my office, email me.
Okay.
I can give you my home address if you want.
I'm hoping that all of us are going to go
Yeah.
do this, so we.
You guys all know how to get a hold of me.
Okay, all right. Very good. Anything else before we close it out? You're good? All right. Meeting stands adjourned. At 8:27.